Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So we are going to start complete Python course for beginners from today. So if you want to explore data analytics, data science, Python developer, and you are starting with Python, then this course is for you. In this course, we are going to explore each and every topic of Python and we'll build two projects also in this tutorial. And we are going to cover each and every topic in detail from very beginning. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's start with the course. First, we will see how we can install Python. So just search here python.org. Okay, and go into the downloads. Just click download Python install manager. Okay, it is installed now. Now just double click on it. So it will ask for install Python. Just click install Python. In my system, it is already installed. So I'm not installing it again. Okay. Now, next thing is your installing VS Code. Just go and search VS Code download. Okay. Go there on the first website. And according to your OS, in my system, in my OS is Windows. So I will just click Windows and I will download it. Okay. If you have Mac, then you can install it from here. Okay. Just install it according to your OS system. Okay. Now let's start with our Python course. Okay. Now, so what is Python? So basically Python is a high level, easy to read programming language and easy to understand programming language. It is basically designed so that people can easily understand and also write the code. Okay, so today is we all know Python is one of the most popular programming languages in the world. So in other words, Python is interpreted, object-oriented, high-level programming language used for creating software, websites, AI applications, games, also automation scripts, and much more. Okay, basically Python focuses on readability. Instead of writing many complicated lines, Python allows us to write fewer and clearer lines of code. You will understand why Python is an interpreted, object-oriented, and high-level programming language. Okay, if you are an absolute beginner in Python. Okay, we will explain and we will learn each thing. Okay, so why Python is so popular? Basically, it is easy to learn, it has simple syntax, free and open source, huge community support, and thousands of libraries available in Python language and used in almost every field. So, what are the various fields like web development, data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, automation, cyber security, game development, desktop application? In all these things, Python is getting used in these days. Okay. So this is why Python is so much popular. Okay. Now, so our first topic is module in Python. So what is module? Simply, a module is a Python file that contains reusable code. Okay. This file may contain functions, variables, or classes. These things we will discuss. Don't worry about it. Just understand first what is module. Okay. So instead of writing the same code again and again, we can import modules. Okay. Think like it is a toolbox. Okay. So instead of making your own screwdriver every time, you will simply open the toolbox and then you will use the screwdriver. Okay. Simply I have pre-written codes. I will not write that again and again. I will simply import that file to use that again. Okay. If I will show you by doing some coding, I will open this file in VS Code. Okay, I will I will make a file, suppose first.py. Okay. Now I want to find out the square root of 25. So I will not gonna do I will not gonna make new logic for finding the square root. I will not going to rewrite the code. I will simply import math. Okay. I will print what I need to find square root of 25. I will simply use my math dot. I will use square root sqrt, and then I will give 25. Okay. Now in the output you will see, yeah, 5. What is the square root of 25? 5. Okay. So we have not written any logic to find the square root of 25, right? We just imported math. So what is math here? Math is your module here. We have used math. Okay. There is pre-written code for this. Okay. We have just imported this module and use this into my into this file. Okay, this is what module is. Okay, nothing else. Okay, and now some there are some types of modules. Okay, so those first one is your built-in modules already included with Python, like math. We have used just now math, random, OS, date time, statistics. So for these modules we don't need to install these modules. Okay, it is built in Python. Okay. Now, second one is your user-defined modules. Modules created by programmers. Suppose I have this file. Okay. I have written some logics. I have written some logics in this file. Now I want to use those logic into my new file. I will suppose created second.py. I want to use the logic written in the first.py. I want to use in my second.py. I will simply import first. I will simply import first here, that first file. This is what this is what your second user-defined modules. Modules created by programmers. Okay. Third one is your third-party modules. This is created by the developers. So we need to install them using Python. Sorry, using pip. Okay. So for example, NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, TensorFlow, Flask. These are some third-party modules which are created by other developers. We need to install them using pip. Okay. Now what is pip? Basically, pip is your pip installs packages. It is Python's package manager. Okay. So what is it? So it just helps you to install, update, and remove external libraries, third-party libraries. Okay. So without pip, installing libraries would be very difficult. Okay. So think like it is a Play Store or App Store for Python. Okay, Python is your phone, and you just need to use pip for installing libraries. Libraries are your apps, and pip basically downloads and install those apps. For example, if I will show you, if I will give pip install pandas, okay, enter. Okay, now it will simply install. In this system, it is showing requirement already satisfied, means pandas is already installed in my system. Okay. If you want to uninstall panda, just write pip uninstall pandas and just click enter. It will uninstall panda. This is what pip is. It basically helps you to install, update, and uninstall the libraries. Okay, so that's all in this video. In the next video we will start our chapter 1, that is variables and data types. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to start our chapter 1 and we will discuss variables, data types, operators and some functions also. Okay. So first is variable. So what is variable? A variable is just a container that stores data in memory. Okay. Think like it is a labeled box and the label is the variable name and the value inside the box is the data. Okay, so let's understand this. Suppose I will create a new file, variables dot py. Okay, now suppose I have taken name is equal to and I have given Rahul. Rahul. Okay, so here your Rahul is your data and we are storing Rahul into the variable name. Okay, this is your variable, name is your variable, and Rahul is your data. So the data Rahul we are storing in our variable name. Okay, similarly, like we can give age is equal to 22. So here I have data as 22 and variable as age, right? So this is what variable is. Okay, it is just a container that stores data in the memory. Okay, so there are some rules of writing of giving variable name. Okay, so it can contain letters, it can contain numbers, but it cannot start with number. Okay, it cannot contain spaces. It cannot contain. It should not start with any spatial uh, spatial keywords. Okay, and it should not use Python keywords. For example, I have given name, age. This is completely fine. If I will give marks is equal to 90. This is completely fine. This is correct. But suppose I will give 2 marks is equal to. This is not allowed. Okay. This is not the way you can give variable name. Okay. So it should not start with any number. It should not start with any special characters like at the rate or has is for commenting the code. Okay. So these are some rules. It cannot contain spaces like suppose you are giving student name is equal to Rahul. So this is not allowed. It can contain slash. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. You can use this variable name. So these are some rules of defining a variable. Okay. So we have seen what are allowed for giving for defining a variable name and what are the things not allowed to for defining the variable name. Okay, now next thing is your data type. Okay, data types. Now a data type tells Python what kind of data is stored. Okay, so the most common data types are integer, which is suppose I have a number 10. Suppose I have a decimal number that will be called float. It is suppose I have given name or any basically collection of characters if I have given, then it will be string. If I will give true or false, then it will give it is our Boolean data type. Okay, if I have this kind of number, this is complex data type, which means it will have a real part and it will have a imaginary part also. Here you can see 2 is your real part and 3 is your imaginary part. It it basically comes under your complex data type. Okay. So this is these are some common data types, okay, which we use. Okay. So here you can see I have taken name is equal to Rahul. So these are Rahul is your collection of characters. Okay, so it is your string data type. Age is your integer. It is your number. It is your integer data type. Marks is equal to, suppose I have given 90.22. Then it is a float data type. Okay. Now there are some functions which we will see. Okay. So first one is your type function. So the type function tells us the data type of a variable. I will show you. If I will write print type, suppose I want to know the data type of name. I will simply give here name. Okay. If I will run this code, here you can see string. Your name is your Rahul is your string data type because it is a collection of characters. Okay. So it is a string data type. Suppose I will check for, sorry, I will check for other values also. Okay. Now I want to check for age also. So simply I will give age. I want to check for marks also. I will give marks. Now let's see. I will run this code. Now you can see first print has given string data type, that is for Rahul name. Rahul is getting stored in name, so name's data type is string. Age is equal to 20. 22 is getting stored in age, so age has integer data type. Similarly, marks has float data type. You can see. Okay, so this is what type function. Okay, so this is what type function. Now, second thing is your type casting. Okay, type casting means converting one data type into another. Okay, now it means through type casting, we can convert the data type to other data type. Now let's see how we can do it. Now let's see. I will comment this control plus forward slash. Okay, it will be commented. Now suppose I want to make this is the integer data type age. So I want to make this to float data type. I want to convert this data type to float data type from integer. So simply I can write print, sorry, print, print. Simply I will write float. What I want to convert to float? Age, because 22 is getting stored in age. So that's why the data type of age is integer. So I want to convert this to float. Okay. Now, now you can see here it is 22, but now you can see you have 22.0. 22.0, it is converted to the float. Okay. It is converted to the float. Similarly, suppose I want to convert the float data type of marks to the integer. Okay. How we can do that? Simply, I will write print. I will write int. Now, what we are converting, which which variable I am converting to integer data type marks. So I will simply write marks. Okay. Now let's run this. Now here you can see age has 22.0 and marks has now 90. First, it is actually its actual value is 90.22, but after I converted it to integer, it got it is replaced to 90 from 90.22. Okay, so this is how typecasting works. Okay, this is how we can convert the data type. Okay, now next thing is your input function. So the input function is used to take input from the user. Okay, so instead of giving values directly in the code, like we are giving name, age, marks, so we are giving by ourselves. Okay, so now our requirement is to take these values from the user. Okay, we can ask the user to enter them while the program is running. Okay, let's see how we can do it. So let's comment this. Now let's say I will define a variable name is equal to, I will use input function, input function for taking the variable for taking the input from the user. I will simply write input and I will say something like from user, enter your name, enter your name. Okay, and similarly, I am asking for his age also, age. So I have to give, I have basically I have to take the input for for the age as integer. So I will have to simply write int input, then again parenthesis. I will say something like enter your age. Okay, and something like I will write print name and print age. Now if I will run this, so it is asking for my name. Suppose I am giving Rohan. Okay, press enter. Now it is asking for my age. Okay, our second variable. Suppose I am giving 70. So it is giving me the output as I have given print name and print age. So it is printing my name and age. So this is how we can directly take the values or data from the user instead of taking our own data, or instead of giving our own data or own values. Okay, so this is how input function works. We can directly take the values or data from the user and we can contain that into my variable. Okay, so this is how input function works. Okay, so now our next topic is operators. So operators perform operations on values. Okay, there are mainly five important operators beginners should know. Okay, so these are the mainly five operators which we will discuss. First one is your arithmetic operators. Okay, so you can see first is your plus operator, that is for addition, minus for subtraction, asterisk is for multiplication, forward slash for division, double forward slash is for floor division. Floor division means if you will divide 10 by 3. So for by division you will get something 3.333, right? But for floor division, it basically round of the value. It gives the round of the value. It will provide 3. Okay, percent module. It will give remainder. Suppose I am dividing 10 by 3. It will provide me 1. Okay, that is remainder. Power. Double asterisk percent is your power. Means suppose I am giving 10 as double asterisk 3. So it will be 10 power 3. 10 into 10 into 10. 1000. Okay. So this is what arithmetic operators. Let's see. Suppose I am creating operators dot py. Okay. And first one is your arithmetic. So let's say I am taking a is equal to 10, b is equal to 3. Now, these are some arithmetic operators I will take. A plus b. Let's take all one by one. Control C, Control V. There are total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I will replace this by minus. I will multiply here. I will divide here. Now next double forward slash. Next I will give percentage to check the remainder. And now last one is your for power. Okay. Now if you will run this, let's check the values. So a plus b 10 plus 3 30, a minus b 7, a into b 30, 10 into 3 30, 10 plus 3 13, 10 minus 3 7, 10 into 3 30, and 10 divided by 3 3.333, and print a uh, print a double forward slash b means floor division. Give me the round value, which is our 3. Okay, it will not give 3.333 5. It will it will round off this value and it will give 3. And next I will check remainder by percentage, that is 1. You will divide 10 by 3, you will get remainder as 1. And now next is your power, 10 power 3, so you will get 1000. That is what arithmetic operators. Okay, next let's check the next type of operators. So next one is your comparison operators. Okay, comparison operators. So first one is equal is your equals to, double equal to equal to. Okay, if 10 I have put a condition 10 is equal to 10, it will provide true. This means not equal to. Okay, like this 10 equal not equals to 5 with true, it will provide true. Greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than equal to. Let's see comparison operators one by one. Let's check. A is again I will take a is equal to 10, b is equal to b is equal to, let's take 20. Okay, now if I will check a is equal to b or not. Okay, next thing I will check, a is not equal to b. Okay, next thing I will check, a is greater than b. Next thing I will check, print A is less than B. Now, next thing I will check, print A is greater than or equal to B. Next thing I will check, A is less than or equal to B. Now, remember A is your 10, is your 20. Now let's run this. Now you can check. First condition is false. I'm checking A is equal to B means I'm checking A equals to B. That is false. A is 10, B is 20. Second one is I'm checking A is not equal to B. Okay, not equal to B. This means it is true. Yeah, 10 is not equal to 20. Third thing I'm checking A is greater than B. 10 is not greater than B. It return false. Next thing I'm checking print A is less than B. Yeah, A is less than B. 10 is less than 20. So it has given true. Next thing I am checking A is greater than or equal to B. Greater than or equal to B. A is not greater than or and also not equal to 20. This returns false. Now I'm checking print is sorry A is less than 20 or equal to 20. Yeah, A is not equal to 20 means 10 is not equal to 20, but yeah, 10 is less than 20. This comes under true. Okay, this is what comparison operators are work. Okay, so this is what comparison operators. Next thing, next operator is your assignment operator. Okay, it is basically used to assign or update the value of a variable equals to, plus equals to. Okay, subtract and assign, multiply and assign, divide and assign, floor division, modulus and division, and assign, sorry, power and assign. Okay, now let's check this how we can perform this simply. Assignment operators. Now, suppose I have x is equal to 5. Now, now I want to assign x as plus 5. Whatever the, suppose x value can be changed after some time. Okay, if I'm taking x values, I'm taking x value from a from user, not by taking ourselves. Suppose that. Now I want that whatever whatever we will have the value of x, I want to add plus 5 into it. Simply I will write x is equal to x plus, sorry, x plus 5. So suppose I have taken, suppose I'm not taking here from, I'm not taking the value by ourselves. I'm writing just, sorry, not print. I will write input, and suppose I am taking int input, enter your age. Okay, okay. Now whatever the age user will pass, I want to add plus 5 into it. Suppose I am giving 25 into age, it will add plus 5 into it. Suppose I need this logic. Okay, I will assign as plus 5. Okay, second thing, suppose I'm not, I don't want to add plus 5. I want to, whatever the age user will give, I want to subtract that age by 2. So whatever the age will user will give, it will be assigned by subtracting by minus 2. Similarly, we can apply multiplication also. X, suppose I want to double its age. X into 2. X is equal to x into 2. So Next thing, I can divide also x divided by 2. X is equal to, I can take all the arithmetic operators. Okay, I can find the remainder also. X divided by 3. I can do, I can use power also. Okay, so suppose I'm commenting this, I'm taking only one. Okay, and suppose I'm commenting all this. Okay, now if I will write here print x. Okay, so if you will run this code, so it is asking me the age. Okay, it is asking me the age. Suppose I am giving 25. Okay, we have assigned whatever user will pass as age, it should be added by plus 5. So enter your age. I am giving 25. 25 will be stored in our X. Okay. Suppose I am clicking enter. Now you can see I have assigned my X by plus 5. Whatever the value is given by the user to X means I have given 25 into my X as my age. So add that any age user is giving, add that age by plus 5. So here you can see I am giving 25. Now my age became 30 because I have assigned it by plus 5. Similarly you can use all arithmetic operators according to your need. So plus 2, minus 2, multiplied by 2, divided by 2, everything you can use. This is how assignment operator works. Okay, this is how assignment operators works. Next is your logical operators. Okay, so these operators are used to combine or modify conditions. Okay, so there are three type of logical operators: and, or, not. Okay, and will returns only true when suppose I have two conditions, both conditions will be true. My all conditions will be true, then it will provide me true. If any condition will fail, then it will provide me false. Okay. Similarly, or returns true if at least one condition is true. Suppose understand first one. And if 5 is greater than true, sorry, 5 is greater than 2, that is true, and 10 is greater than 8, it is also true. So both conditions are true, then it is true. Suppose I had a 2, I had 2 is greater than 5, then it will be false, and one condition will be false, then it will provide me false. I will explain this by coding. Okay, first understand by theory as well. Okay, not next or in the or condition, you you need to at least your one condition need to be true at least once. Okay, so I have two conditions here. So 5 is greater than 10, it is false, but 8 is greater than 3. So one condition is true. So our final output will come true, not reverse the result. Okay, so if I am getting true, it will reverse the result by false. If I am getting false, then it will reverse the result by true. Okay, so let's understand this. Suppose someone is coming for uh, making a driving license, and his age is equal to 20. Okay, and he has passed his test. Suppose true. Yes, he has passed uh, his test. Now I want to print First condition will be age is greater than or equal to 18. So my first condition is age should be greater than or equal to 18. Okay. And next thing will be past test should be true. Okay. So yeah, past test is already true. So both conditions should be true, then only the driving license can be issued to the user. Okay, now if I will run this, it is giving me true. Why? Because I have age as 20 and I have given a condition here. Age should be greater than or equal to 18, which is true. Our age is greater than our age is greater than 18, right? This condition is coming true. And past test, whatever condition in the past, it it should consider that as true. So I have given past test is equal to true. Yes, he has passed the test. So both conditions are coming true. So it final output is our true. Okay. Now let's change this. Let's make this 16. Now second user came, but his age is 16. But he has passed the test. Now let's run this. Now I got false because this second condition is true, but our first condition is coming into false, which is our age should be greater than or equal to 18. But here you can see age is 16. Okay, age is 16. So 16 is not greater than or equal to 18, right? So our this condition is coming under false. So if one condition came under false, then it will provide me false, right? So you can take this by input also. Sorry, input also. You are saying that enter your age, enter your age. Okay, let's run this. I came for making my driving license and I am 15 years old. So driving license cannot issued to me because I am not greater than or equal to 18 years. Okay, I am just 15. So one condition is coming under false. So ultimate output will be false in and and logical operator. Okay, now next is your or or logical operator. Okay, now suppose I'm giving VIP pass as variable. VIP pass is false. No, user has not VIP pass. But let's take premium member. He is a premium member. It is I'm giving true. So now I'm using OR operator. VIP he doesn't have VIP pass, but he is a premium member. So I will write suppose print VIP pass or premium member. Okay. Now if you will see here, VIP pass is false, but premium member is true. So one condition is coming under true, right? And we are checking by or logical operator. Now let's run this. It is coming true. Why it is coming under true? Because at least one condition is true in this case. Okay. For or logical operator, one at least one condition should be true, then it will provide me the true. Similarly, if I will give this also false. Okay. Now Both condition is our false now. User doesn't have the VIP pass also, and user is not premium member also. So if I will write here print VIP pass of premium member, so it will give me false. Why it will give me false? Because you can see here both condition is coming under false. For or logical operator, at least one condition should be true. Then it will provide me true. Okay. So this is the difference between or logical operator and logical operator. Okay. Now next is your not. So suppose I am giving a variable good person. Suppose I am one person came. I am judging him as a good person. I am giving him as a true. But if I will use not logical operator print, I will use not, and I will give my variable good person, good person. So I have given, suppose a person, I am judging him as a good person. So I have given him as a good person is true. But if I will use not operator, not logical operator, then it will reverse the condition. Okay. Now here you can see false. Okay. So it reverse true to false. Okay. This is what not logical operator do. Suppose I will replace this set by false. False. Now let's run this. Now it will reverse this as true from false. Okay. This is how not logical operator works. Okay. Now last operators I have, that is membership operators. So these operators check whether a value exists in a sequence such as string, list, tuple, or set. This thing we will discuss in our further video. So first understand, first in membership operators there are two operators, in and not in. So in returns true if the value exists. Suppose I'm searching in Python that P letter is there in Python or not. So it will return true. Yes, Python in Python language, sorry, in Python word, there is a letter P, right? And not in operator returns true if the value does not exist, does not exist. So I'm checking A, is A not in Python? Is A does not Python does not contain A? It will provide me true. Yes, the Python does not contain A letter. Okay, so this is how membership operators work. Let's see this also. Suppose I am taking taking a variable language. Language is equal to Python. Sorry, Python. Now I will print. I will search for P. P. Always remember, if you are using P, first P as your small letter, then provide here small letter also, because Python is case sensitive language. Okay, so I will search in language. Okay, so here you can see I'm searching. P is there in Python, so it will provide me true. Yes, P is in Python. Letter is in Python. Now let's suppose I will similarly check for, does A Python contains A in, I'm searching for language. Language contains Python. So I'm searching A. Does Python contains A? So what it will provide me? No, Python does not contain A. So this is how in operator, in membership operator works. Now similarly, if I will check print A does not means not in language. What I'm saying here, I'm saying here, check A is not there in Python, right? This is what I'm checking by not in. So it will say that yes, true, Python does not contain A. That is how not in and in membership operator works. Okay, so this is how it works. So we have covered all the operators, okay, one by one, and we have covered data types, some kind of functions, typecasting, input functions, okay. We have covered this, and we have covered variables also, okay. On the basis of all the topics I have covered today, I have taken two questions, okay. First question is student information and marks calculator. Okay, so problem statement is write a Python program that takes the student name as input, takes the student's age as input, takes marks of math, science, and English, and then calculate the total marks and then calculate the average marks and print all the student details means all these things we need to print, and then at last print the data type of the name, age, and average. Okay, now you can pause the video and you can try this question by your own. This is on the basis of all the topics I have covered today. Now, let's see how we can do it. Okay, but I will recommend pause the video and you just try to do this question by yourself. Okay, this is very simple question. First thing, I need to take all these things, name, age, marks of math, science, and English from the user. Okay, so I will simply write name is equal to input, enter your name. Okay, next thing I will take age is equal to, I have to take this into integer data type. So I will write in input, enter your age. Okay, now I'm taking all the marks of math, science, and English from the user. So I will use float data type for taking marks for math, science, and English. Okay. Math, float, input, enter, enter your maths marks. Okay. This is what I'm saying here. Control C, Control V, then again Control V. Now I will replace this by science, and last one is your English. Okay, I will replace this also. I will replace this by English. Okay, now I am taking all these things from the user. Now, what is the next thing I need to do? Calculate the total marks. So I will calculate the total. Total will be your, you need to add this math, science, and English. Math plus science plus English. Okay. Now, what is the next thing I need to do? Print all, calculate the average marks. Okay. So, what will be the average? Average will be your total upon 3 because I have 3 subjects and I am storing the total in total variable. So, average will be my total divided by 3. So what is the next thing I need to do? Print all student details. Okay. So I will write print name as name. Okay. Similarly, what I will do, I will copy paste. There are five details, right? Sorry, not five. There are two, three, five, and two, seven. Seven details. So I will simply write. I will paste seven times here. One, two, three, and seven. Okay. Name. I will replace this. What is the next thing? Age. By age. Age. Next thing I will replace by math. By math. Math. Okay. Next thing, what I will do, I will take science. Science by, I will replace this by science. Science. Next thing, I will take English. I will replace this by English. Then again, and this time I'm taking total. I will replace this by total. And now I will give average as average. Okay. Now I have printed all student details. That is our name, age, math, science marks, English marks, total, average. These are all the details of the student. Now, next thing is print the data type of the name, age, and average. So I will write print type name name. Simply I will copy this. How many things we have? One, two, three. Okay. I will paste three times. I will replace this by age. Next thing is my age. And last thing is my average. Average. Okay. Now I have done all the things. My question told me that take the student's name as input, take the student's age as input. I have taken all these two things from the user. Take marks of math, science, and English. I have taken. Now calculate the total marks. I have calculated total is equal to math plus science plus English. Okay. Now next print all the student details. I have printed all the student details. Now next thing print the data type of the name, age and average. I have printed name and age and average data type. Now let's run this program. Now first it is asking for my name. Suppose I am giving my name as Rahul. Rahul. Enter your age. Age I am giving suppose 18. Okay. Enter your marks. Sorry. Enter your maths marks. I am giving as 75. Suppose 75. Science marks I am giving suppose 81. Okay. Now next is your English marks. English marks I am giving as 70. Okay. Now it has executed all the things. Okay. If you will check this, I have given all the things. Now it has printed all my details. My name is Rahul. My age is 18. I got 75 marks. See, I have given float data type, so it has converted 75 to 75.0. Okay, I can take here 75.32 as well. So I scored 75.0, 81.0, 70.0. My total marks I got 226, and my average is 75.333. And so names data type is string, age data types is integer, and average data type is float. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's topic is chapter 2 strings. Okay. So what is a string? A string is a collection. or you can say sequence of characters enclosed inside single quotes, double quotes, or triple quotes. Okay, so strings are used to store text data like names, messages, addresses, etc. For example, if I will show you, I will create a new file, suppose strings.py, and suppose I'm defining a variable name, and suppose I'm giving next tech x. Okay, so so in the name variable, I have stored next tech x. So next tech x is our string data type because you can see it is a sequence or you can say collection of characters. If I will print first name and then I will print what is the data type of name? Type of name. Okay. Spelling mistake. Type. So if I will run this, you can see. So I have printed name next text, then it is showing class as string. So it is a string data type. Next text is a string data type because it is a collection of characters or you can say sequence of characters. Okay. So first is your single quotes like you can you can store your value inside your single by your single quotes inside your variable like welcome to Python, double quotes, name is equal to so on, and third one is your triple quotes. Triple quotes is used to store basically paragraphs. Okay, for example, if I will show you, so if I will comment this, you can use like I'm giving language as my variable and I'm storing in single quotes like Python programming. Okay, this is how you can use single quotes. Name is equal to, let's say, I'm giving Rohan. Okay, you can see I have used double quotes here. When we will use triple quotes, I have used single quotes, double quotes. When we will use triple quotes, when like triple quotes are mainly used for writing multi-line strings, means like paragraphs. Okay. For example, if I will show you, suppose I am defining a variable paragraph is equal to triple quotes. I will write something like uh, Python is easy. I will write Python is powerful. Okay. So this is a kind of paragraph. Okay. If I will print, if I will print paragraph, and when we will run this, so here you can see my paragraph is printed. My paragraph is printed, right? So this is how single quotes, double quotes, or triple quotes we can use for our string data type. Okay, so I'm commenting this now. Now, next, so next is your string indexing. Okay, every character is in a string has a position number called index. Okay, for example, if it is like it is Sohan, so in Sohan, S, O, H, A, N, all have their position. That is called your index. Okay. So it always starts with zero. Okay. So here you can see S. S, uh, the index number of S will be zero because Python indexing starts from zero. O will have 1, H will have index number 2, A will have 3. Similarly, and for N, index number will be 4. Okay. For example, I will show you. I will suppose write text is equal to Python. Okay. Now if I will show you, if I will write print text, show me the, I will say, suppose show me the first index number, first index letter. That is our first index letter. We will use zero. For first index letter, we will use zero. So see, let's see what it will give me. P. You can see what is at the first index. That is P. Okay. Similarly, suppose I will print for the index number. Suppose I will print my third index number. Okay. So it will give me H. You can count 0, 1, 2, 3. H has three index number. Okay. So it gave me H. Okay. Okay. That's how indexing works. Okay. Remember that it will always starts with 0, then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will be continue. Okay. So what is negative indexing? So indexing, basically Python also supports negative indexing. Negative indexing starts from -1 from the last character. Last character. What this means? Suppose I will uncomment this line. Sorry, this line where I have text is equal to Python. Now, if I will write text, give me the -1 index number. What we have learned? It is saying that negative indexing starts from -1 from the last character. Last character means this last character n will have always have -1 index number. Okay, if I will run this, it will provide me n. See, I got n because -1 indicates the last character. Okay. Similarly, if I will show you -2 index number, it will show you O. Okay. -1 for N, -2 for O, -3 for H, -4 for T, -5 for Y, -6 for P. Okay. You can see O. I got O. -1 for N, -2 for O. Okay. So if I will go from left to right, P, Y, T, H, O, N, it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I will go from right to left, then it will start from -1, -2, -3, and will go on. Okay. So that is my negative indexing. Now next thing is our string slicing. So what is string slicing? String slicing means extracting a particular part of a number. Okay. So its syntax will be start to end. Means suppose you will write 1, 2, 3. Then it will start from the index number 1 and end. Suppose I have written 3. So it will go to till the second index number. It will not count index where slicing stops. There end index is not included. If I will show you by practically, I will comment this. Okay. Now, suppose I will write language is equal to language is equal to Python programming. Okay. Now, suppose I will print language 0 to 6. What I am saying here, give me the index number from 0 to 6, means it will give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At 6 there is a space, so it will give me the complete word Python, because till fifth index number it will not go on the sixth index, remember that. Okay, it will be stopped on the fifth. If I have mentioned here sixth, then it will be stopped on the fifth index number. If I will show you by executing this. So yeah, you got Python. Suppose I will give this as 4. So what should it print? 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. It should not include O. It should give me PYTH, 0 to 3 index number. Okay, okay, PYTH. I got PYTH. So that is what string slicing is. It is nothing but getting a particular part from a string, not complete string, a particular part of a string. Okay, so let's see few more. If I will print language, language, suppose I want to print 3 to 7. Okay, 3 to 7 means 0, 1, 2, 3. It should include HON and then space until sixth uh, till sixth index number. Let me see what it will print. Okay, yeah, HON means 3 to 6 index number it will print. What is that 3 index number? 0, 1, 2, 3. H has the 3 index number, okay, and then 3 to 5. HON 3 for H, 4 for O, and for 5. So this is what it printed. Okay, 6 has space, okay, so it will like space we can't see. So next thing, let's say I will print language. Now suppose you have to take from index 0. You can simply write you can simply write this. Suppose I want till index number 4. Okay, so I want first three in index 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's see what it will print. So yeah, PYTH. If you will not write 0, you can write this one also. Okay, so you don't need to add 0 here. Okay, it will consider this as your first index, that is your 0. Okay, so this is how you can do. And similarly, if I will write print language, and I will not, this time I will give start from index number 3 and give me all and go till the end. Okay. If suppose if I will give here 5, okay. So it will start from index number 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, H, and it will give me HO. Okay. It will give me HO. HO, right? Because at the fifth index number I have N. It will not consider fifth. It will be stopped on index number 4 because I have given 5 here. Okay. If I will not give anything here, so it will consider all the strings till the end. Okay. So if you want till the end of the strings you have given, so you can simply write. Now you can see from index number 3 you got all your strings. Okay, so this is how string slicing works. Okay, so I'm simply commenting this. So Our next topic is slicing with skip value. So Python slicing also allows us to skip characters. Its syntax will be string, your string, then start to end to skip. Means start, you want to start from which character, which is index number, then you want to continue till which character, or you can say which index number, then skip in which sequence, or which sequence you can you want to skip the characters. If I will show you, suppose I will define a new variable, text is equal to Python. Okay, and now I want to print text from index number 0 to 0 to 6. Means suppose I want to print 0 from P, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All uh, all characters I want to print. But I want to skip every second string value. Means every second character I need to skip. So it will skip Y, it will skip H, it will skip O, it will skip N. So let's print this. So you can see it has skipped Y, it has skipped H, and it has skipped N. So it has skipped all the second numbers. Okay. So that is how slicing with skip value works. Okay. So if you want to one more thing, basically how to reverse a string. Okay, so for reversing a string, you can do print name. You can select all, sorry, not name, that is our text, all values, but skip by -1. If you will do this, so look at the second output. Okay, just opposite of Python. Okay, just opposite of Python it has given to me. Okay, so that is how we can reverse the string. Basically, -1 skip value, basically -1 skip value and reads the string from right to left. Okay, so this is how -1 works, and this is how we can do slicing with skip value. Here uh, I have skipped every second character. Okay, if I will run this, every second character. Okay, PTO, that is I have skipped every second letter, Y, H, and N. Okay, so that is how it works. Comment this. So next is our string functions. So these are some string functions. So first is your len. It returns the length of a string. Upper converts string into uppercase. Lower converts string into lowercase. Capitalize converts first character into capital letter. Title converts first letter of every word into capital. Strip removes extra spaces from beginning to ending. Replaces one value with another. Find position or index of a character or word. Count basically counts how many times a value appears. Uh, sorry, start with basically checks starting characters and ends with checks ending characters. And next is split, breaks a string into a list. Okay, so let's see these some functions one by one, how we can use this. Okay, so if I will create a new file, functions.py. Okay, now let's see first, let's take text is equal to Python and first one is our len. Okay, so I will print len of text. In text variable, I have stored the my string value, that is Python. Let's see the length. So it is 6. Okay. So if you will count this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now next is your upper. Next is your upper. It converts string into uppercase. Let's see. Print text dot upper. Now let's print this. Yeah, it has converted my string into uppercase. Okay, from small small letter to capital letters. Okay, now let's take name is equal to, let's this time let's take into capital letters. Now let's apply our next function, text dot lower. It will convert my capital letters into small letters. Yeah, you can see. Sorry, not text. I need to write here name. Okay. Now let's check this. Yeah, you can see your third output. It has converted my capital letters into small letters. Now next is your capitalize. Converts first character into capital letter. Okay. So I have first letter as small. Okay. Let's check this. Print text dot, sorry, text dot capitalize. Okay, let's run this. Now look at this output, your last output. It has converted my first letter into capital. Okay, so let's, sorry, what is our next function? That is our title. Converts first character of every word into capital. So let's take uh, words as new variable and something I will write. Sorry, I am Python learner. Okay, so what title function do? It converts first character of every word into capital. So it should convert every first letter of these words into capital letter. So let's check print word dot title. Okay, let's run this. So yeah, you can see it has converted my all first letters into capital letter. I am Python learner. Okay. So now our next function is strip. It removes extra spaces from beginning and ending. Okay. So if I will give something like a name already given, spaces is equal to, I will give some space here. I will give some space and write Python. It will basically remove the extra spaces. So if I will write print spaces dot strip, okay, okay, let's run this. So it has basically replaced the extra spaces before and after. Now let's check. So our next function is replace. So it replaces one value with another. Okay. So suppose I will take description as new variable is equal to I will write something like I like Java, and I will give new description. I will say give me the description, but I want to replace. Suppose I want to replace Java. I want to replace Java by Python. So I will write Python. I am saying that replace Java by Python and print new description. Okay. Now let's run this. So yeah, you can see I like Python. It has replaced Java by Python. Okay. So this is how replace function works. Next is your find. Finds position or index of a character or word. For example, suppose I am writing something like lang is equal to Python, Python programming. Okay. And I want to find text dot find. Sorry, not text dot find, lang dot find. And I want to find something like, suppose I want to find programming. Okay. Let's run this. Check your last output. It has given me the position of the programming. That is our 7. Okay. So this is how find function works. Next is your count. Let's take another example. Let's take fruit this time as your variable. And let's take banana. And I want to find how many times A is uh, getting occurred in banana. Okay. So let's print fruit, fruit, sorry, uh, fruit dot count. And what I want to count, that is our A. Let's check how many times A has been occurred in banana. 3 times. You can check A, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 times A occurred in banana. So this is how count function works. And let's check starts with. It basically checks starting characters. Okay. If I will suppose uh, check Python programming. Suppose I will write print I have lang lang starts with start with. Suppose I will check it's it starts with Python or not. Okay, I will check Python. Okay, if you will run this, it will give me true. Okay, because yeah, it is started with Python. Okay, now similarly, I can check this by ends with. It now this time it will give me false because print lang dot ends with Now check with Python. Okay, now let's run this. Now this time it will give me false because it ends with programming, not Python. Okay, so this is how it starts with and ends with works. It starts with checks starting characters and ends with checks ending characters. Okay, now next function is our split. So it basically breaks a string into a list. List we will cover into the next video, but let's check this function. Suppose I have Suppose I will convert this string into a list. Okay. So I will simply write print lang dot split. Okay. If I will run this, look at your last output. Yeah. You can see here. Here I had it as a string. Now it has given me as a list. List we will cover in the next video. Don't worry about this. Okay. So this is how all functions works. You can check more functions. You can do chat GPT also, and we can check all there are uh, if there are any other functions. So you can check that. So this is how these functions works. Now next thing is our escape sequence characters. So what are escape sequence characters? So basically escape sequence characters are special characters used inside strings to perform special operations. So these are five escape sequence characters. First is your backslash n new line. It basically moves text into the next line. If I will show you, I will suppose create a new file, escape.py. Suppose if I will write print hello Python. Suppose I will write hello Python. Okay. So first one is our backslash n. It basically moves text into the next line. So if you will simply run this, you will get hello Python in a single line. So if I want to break this line, okay, what I can do? I can simply give backslash n and you can check this. So Python is moved to the next line. Okay. So this is how backslash n works. And next is our tab space. Adds extra space between words. Okay. So if I will write this print, then again he- hello Python, Python. If you will run this, you will get value like this. And now, if you will use backslash t to get extra space, you can see you got extra space, right? So this is how backslash t works. It provides us the extra space between strings. Okay. And next thing is our single quote. Used to add single quotes inside a string. Okay. Okay. We can use this. Suppose I want to write print, print, print. I will write print it's it is Python. Okay. If I will run this, it's Python. Okay. If I will use here backslash In this single quote, you will get this. Yeah, you got a single quote here. Okay, this is how backslash single quote works. So next is our double quote, used to add double quotes. Okay, so similarly, if I will write print print Python is easy. Okay, we will run this. Here you can see Python is easy. Now I want to add double quotes on easy. How we can do that? Just give backslash here and at the end of the word also give backslash. Okay, now let's check. So here you can see I got double quotes on easy. Okay, this is how double quotes backslash double quotes works. Okay, and next is our backslash used to print backslash. It is for showing like a link. Okay, if you will see something like C double black backslash using suppose double uh, double backslash then Python. Okay, if you will run this, so this is how it gave me the backslash. Okay, between our strings. Okay, so this is how escape sequence characters works. Okay, so these are some operations. This is how these things works. So on the basis of all these learnings, I have taken a question here which is saying our sentence will be Python is very powerful. So I need to perform first convert first letter of every word into capital. Okay, and then replace Python with AI. So it will become AI is very powerful, and then find position of powerful. Okay, and then split the sentence into words. Okay, so you can pause the video and you can try this simple question by your own. So now I'm solving this problem. So you can check this first by your own. Okay, by pausing the video. First is your sentence. Sentence is equal to. I will simply copy this. Okay. Next thing what I need to do, convert capital first letter of every word into capital. Okay. So I will suppose create a new variables title sequence is equal to I will give sentence dot title. Okay. So I will print title title sequence. Let's run this. So yeah, Python is very powerful, and every first letter, every word, every first letter of every word has replaced with capital letter. Okay, so our first thing done. So first problem is done. Now next thing is your replace Python with AI. So I will give new sentence as my variable. I will write new sentence is equal to sentence dot sorry sentence dot replace what I need to replace. I need to replace Python by AI, right? So I will simply do this and I will print new sentence. Okay, now let's run this. Yeah, so it has replaced Python with AI. Now it is AI is very powerful. Okay, so now let's go on to the next problem. Find position of powerful. Okay, so I will write suppose position is equal to sentence dot find powerful. Okay, and I will print position. Okay, now let's run this. So its position is 15 index number. Okay, I got the position. Now our next problem is split the sentence into words. Basically, I have to split this and I need to make this as a list. So it is simple one. Words is equal to, let's take words as a variable. Sentence dot split. Okay. Now just print words. Okay. So now let's run this. So it has splitted my string into list. Okay. So I have solved this problem. Okay. I have already explained how these functions works. Okay. So that's all in this video. In the next video, we will discuss list and tuples. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our next chapter is lists and tuples. Okay, so let's start with lists first. So a list is a collection data type in Python used to store multiple values in a single variable. Okay, it is a collection data type. Remember that. So these are some functions of list. Lists are ordered, means elements will have a fixed position or index. It is mutable, means once we created a list, then we can change, add, or remove values from that list we have created. Okay. Next is your allow duplicates. It's allow duplicates. Same values can appear multiple times. Okay. And it allow different data types into a single list. So if I will show you, let's create a new file list.py. Okay. So how we can create a list. Suppose I am taking a variable, sorry, numbers is equal to, let's take some random numbers 20, 10, 20, 30, 30, 40. Okay. So print numbers. Okay. We will run this. So it has printed my list. Okay. So this is how list is created. Let's comment this now. Now next is our list indexing. So indexing is used to access element from a list. Okay. So Python indexing starts from zero as we discussed in our string chapter also. So let's see. Let's take suppose a student is equal to, let's take Rishi, 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 and suppose take some random data types, integer, float, 85.5, let's take, and take boolean also true. Okay, so I have created a list student and I have stored these things into my list variable student. Okay, so if I will write student, student Suppose I want to check what is at my zero first index. So for the first index, we will use zero, and let's see what it will print. Yeah, receive that because it is on my first index, that is our zeroth index. Means first position and zeroth index. Okay, so and let's take. I want to print 85.5. So it is at which index? 0, 1, 2. It is on our index number 2. So simply I will write 2 and let's check it will print 85.5 or not. Yeah, you can check your last output 85.5. Okay, so that is what something uh, indexing. So it can have a negative indexing also. Negative indexing starts from the end of the list. End of the list means from true. If we will print student. So as I have already discussed this, from last element, if we will go, then it will start from -1, then -2, then -3, and then -4. Okay. So if you will write -1 here, it will print true because it is at my -1 index. Okay. If I will suppose give -2, it should print 85.5. So it has printed 85.5 last output. Okay. So this is how positive indexing and negative indexing works in lists. Okay. So now next is your list slicing. Slicing is used to access multiple elements. For example, you want to access from this index number to this index number from start to end. So let's check this. Uh, I will uncomment this and suppose I will write print. I will go for my student and I want to print something like suppose from index number 1 to 3 means these two things I want to print. So what I will write? So first 22 is at index number 1, so I will write 1 and I want to print 85.5 also, so I will give 3. So it will not count true, it will give me only this, only these two values. Okay. So for example, if I will show you by running this, yeah, I got these two values. Okay. So similarly, I can do without giving any starting index. So it has printed from my first position, which is our at zero number index, then 0, 1, and 2. It will not consider 3. Okay. It will be limited to 2 if I will give 3. Okay. So next thing, let's see. By giving this time 0, sorry, first to let's don't give the last index. So it will print all the values. Okay. So you can see here it has printed from index number 1, that is our 22, and it will give me all the value. If you want to print all the values till the end, you don't need to give last index number. Okay. So that is how slicing works. And suppose I want to reverse my list in my previous video where I was covering strings. I have already explained how we can reverse the string. Now let's see how we can reverse our list. Simply sorry, not, it is not quotes. This is my student and I will give all is at -1. Okay, let's check this. So yeah, it has reversed my list. You can see it has started from true and then ends to the receive. Okay, so that is how slicing works. Okay, now next thing is our changing list elements. As I have discussed earlier, lists are mutable, so we can change the values even we have already created the list. Okay, so let's check this. Now, for example, I will give marks and I will give 50, 60, 70. Okay. Now, if I want to change this 60 to 90, so how we can do that? I will simply go for my marks. What is the index number of 60? 0, 1. That is my index number of 60. Then I will simply go right. I want to replace 60 with 90. I will simply write 90 and I will print my marks. Marks. So let's check this. So as you can see, 90 has replaced 60. Okay, so I have the new list. So I have changed the list. Okay, so this is how things works in lists because it is a mutable data type. And now there are some list methods. Let's check one by one. First is your append. It adds an element at the end. Okay, so if I will suppose give some numbers is equal to 5, 3, 1, 4. Okay, 5, 3, 1. Okay, now our first concern is append. So let's append this. What append do? Adds an element at the end. Okay, so if I will use numbers dot append, I want to append suppose 6 at the end of the list. So I can simply write 6 numbers dot append 6, and if I will print my numbers and I will run this. So you can see it has appended my list. Okay. So these operations we are performing because lists are mutable. We can change the list even we have created this. Okay. So next is our insert. It adds element at specific position. Specific position. Okay. So let's suppose at the index number one means at the where I have three at index number one, I want to replace this by let's say nine. Okay, so I will simply write numbers dot insert and I will give the index number first. That is our 101. I want to replace three, so it is on index number one and I want to replace by 9. Okay, I will simply write 9 and now I will print numbers. Okay, this numbers I will comment. Now, now you can see it has replaced by 9. Okay, means sorry, it is not replaced by 9. It is added at the position of 3. Okay, so that is what insert do. It will not replace, it will be added at the position of 3. Okay, now next is our remove. Removes a specific value. Okay, so let's comment this numbers and suppose I want to remove numbers dot remove I want to remove, let's say, 4. So I will simply write 4 and I will write print numbers. Let's check it has removed 4 or not. So yeah, there is no 4 here. It has removed 4. Okay. So I will comment this print. Now, next function is our pop. Removes elements using index. Using index. Okay. Will not randomly remove. Okay. So we can use numbers dot pop, and simply you need to give the index number of that element which you want to remove. Suppose I want to remove 5, so I will simply give index number 0 because index number of 5 is 0. Okay, so if I will write, if I will print numbers now, it will remove by 5. Okay, so there is no 5 here. It is starting from now 9 because I have added 9 here in the place of 3. Okay, so there is no 5. So this is how pop works. Okay, that is the difference between pop and remove. Okay, it will remove. You need to give the number. You need to give the element you want to remove, and it will pop will remove by in using index number. Okay, so next is our sort. Arrange elements in order. Okay, it will arrange your elements in your ascending order. Okay, if I will write print, sorry, no, print first I need to apply my function numbers dot sort. Okay, so number dot sort I have given, and I will write print numbers. Okay, print numbers. So yeah, it has sorted my numbers in ascending order. Next function is our reverse. It will reverse the list. Okay. Let's check. Simply I will give numbers dot reverse. Okay. Reverse. I will comment this print. Now it will reverse this. Let's check. Okay. I need to apply print numbers. Now you can see it has reversed the list. Okay. You can see. And now let's comment print numbers. And so my next function is count. It basically counts occurrence of a value. Okay, let's check this. For example, I will create a new variable num, and I will give something like 1, 2, 2, 2, comma 3, comma 8, comma 1, comma 2. Okay, 2. So now I want to check how many times 2 has been occurred in this list. So simply I can write print num, that is my new list, num dot count. I want to check for 2. 2, how many times 2 has been occurred in my list. So simply I will write 2. So now you can see 3 times. Count the 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 times 2 has been occurred. Okay. Now let's check our next function. That is our index. It basically returns position of an element. So if I want to check the index of num dot index. I want to check the index of 8. Suppose 8. Okay, let's check this. 4. Okay, let's count this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, correct. So it has given me the index number of 8. Next function is our clear. It basically removes all elements from the list. Okay, if you will print, first we will apply num dot clear. Okay, and then we will print your num, and you will find this as blank list. Okay, you can check. Now num list is blank because I have cleared all elements in it. Okay, so these are the all functions of lists. You can check more functions. If there are more functions, you can do chat GPT also. Okay, and you can try by your own. You can use all the functions. Okay. So next topic is our tuple. So a tuple is also a collection data type used to store multiple values. But tuples are these are some functions of tuples that is ordered same as this. But remember that it is an immutable data type. Means once we have created a tuple, it will not we cannot change that tuple because it is an immutable data type. Okay. It also allow duplicates. It is faster than lists. Okay. It is created using parentheses. Okay. Our lists we can create by using square braces, and this is being created by uh, parentheses. Okay. So same like, for example, if I will show you, I will comment all this. Okay. If I will create a tuple, let's create colors, and I will give colors like red, blue, green. Okay, so I created a tuple. So this is how tuple can be created. Okay, now next thing is our tuple indexing. It is same as list. How we do indexing in list, same we can do it for tuple also. Okay, for example, print colors. I want to check what is at my index number 1. It should print blue, right? 0, 1, 2. It should print blue. Let's check. So yeah, it has printed blue because that is on my index number 1. Okay. Uh, it, indexing we can do in the same way like we were doing for lists. Okay. Negative indexing also we can do. Last element will have -1 index. Let's change this to -2, -1, -2. It should again print blue. Yeah, blue. Okay, indexing. This is how we can do indexing in the same way, like list. Okay, so next thing is our slicing. This is also similar. For example, numbers are these print numbers. Okay, for example, like print print colors. Let's take 1 to 1 to 2. Okay, not from. I will start from 0 and till 2. It should again print only blue. Okay, yeah, sorry. 0 to 2, red and blue. From it will consider index number 0, red, and index number 1. It will end here because I have given 2 here, and index as 2. So it will be basically restricted to index number 1. So we got red and blue. Okay. Indexing would be also same for uh, tuples. Okay. Next is our sum methods. So because tuples are immutable, so we can't change tuples. Okay. We cannot customize tuples like lists because lists are mutable and tuples are immutable. Okay. So so as you can see in the notes, tuples have fewer methods because they cannot be modified. So that is, let's say, count. First is your count function. Let's create a variable and we can give 1, 2, 2, comma 4, comma 5. Okay. Similar way, you can apply your function. Numbers, numbers dot count. I want to count 2. How many times 2 has been occurred in my tuple? So let's check 3 times. One, 2, 3. Yeah, correct. 2 has occurred 3 times. Okay. So that is our function number 1. Second is your index. It returns index position. Okay. Similar way, I can do print numbers dot index. I want to check uh, I want to check for 5. Okay, let's check. What is the index number of 5? 5, yeah. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 5 is at my index number 5. Correct. Okay. So that's all about lists and tuples on the basis of uh, learn these learnings. I have taken a question here. Okay, so create a list of 5 numbers, perform add a new number, remove one number, sort the list, and print the largest number. Okay, we need to apply the functions here. Okay, so first let's say I will create a list of 5 numbers. Okay, suppose I will create numbers is equal to, let's take 40, 10, 30, 50. I'm taking this like because we need to sort the list also. Okay. So I'm taking random numbers. First is our add a new number. For adding a new number, we will use append function. So I will use numbers dot append. I want to append suppose 60. Okay. Now if we will print numbers. Okay, this is a very basically simple question. You can pause the video and you can try this. Very simple question. This is okay. Yeah. So it has added a new number 60. Okay, now let's go to the new thing. Remove one number. Uh, let's remove 30 from the list. Sorry, first numbers dot remove. I need to remove 30. Okay. You can use pop also. You can use pop also, and you need to provide the index number of 30, 0, 1, 2. Okay. So print numbers. Okay. So yeah, it has removed 30. You can use pop also. Okay, just you will just need to give the index number instead of your value. Okay, so next thing is our sort the list. Okay, so I will write suppose numbers dot sort. Okay, if you will print your numbers now, yeah, 10, 40, 50, 60. Okay, it has sorted your list. Okay, now next is your print the largest number. Okay, let's create a new variable largest to store my largest number. Okay, largest is equal to, I will use a function max, 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 and I will provide my numbers because I want to find max from numbers. Okay, so if I will print largest, largest, now I will show you. So yeah, 60 is the largest number in my list. So that is all about list and tuples. Okay, so that's all in this video. In the next video, we will discuss dictionary and sets. Okay, so thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So today we are going to discuss dictionary and sets. Okay, so let's start with dictionary first. Okay, so what is dictionary? So a dictionary is a built-in data structure in Python that stores data in key value pairs. Remember this key value pairs. What it means? Basically, it is used when we want to store information where each value has a unique name key. So we can create a dictionary using curly brackets. Okay, like this one. Here you can see name is your key and Amit is your value. Age is your key and 21 is your value. For example, if I will show you, suppose I will create a new file, dictionary.py. Okay, so let's say I will create a dictionary like this, and suppose I have first key as name. Okay, and I will give Rahul as my value. Okay, then comma. Our next key is suppose age. Okay, so let's say I will give value as 22. Okay, now next key is our course. Course, let's say course, and let's say Python. Okay, so if you will print this, print student. So this is your output. So we have created a dictionary here. Okay, so this is how dictionary can be created, where you will have the pair of key and value, key and value, key and value. Okay. So next thing is our accessing dictionary values. How we can access values of dictionary. For example, if I want to if I want to see what is the value in my name key, so simply I will give print student. I will go for my key. That is our name. So simply I will pass name. Now if I will see, you can see Rahul. Our value of name key is Rahul. Okay. So this is how we can access the value of a dictionary. Okay. Next thing is our dictionary properties. There are some dictionary properties. Okay. So dictionary is ordered. Like after 3.7 version of Python, dictionaries maintain the order of insertion. Means like in this order, I have given a key value pair. So if whenever I will print a student, then it will print my dictionary names, sorry, keys and values in the same order I have provided. Okay, not randomly. Okay, So next thing is our dictionary is mutable. Okay. So mutable means we can change dictionary values after creation. Okay. So here in our previous video also strings and also tuples and tuples. Okay. In previous video I have already discussed what is the meaning of mutable and immutable. So dictionary is our mutable. Okay. So mutable means we can change dictionary values after creation. So here I have created a dictionary. Okay. So if I want to change any value of any key, we can do that because dictionary dictionary is basically mutable. So I can do that. Okay. For example, I just need to give. Suppose I want to change age from 22 to 40. So how we can do that? Simply I will write student age is equal to 40. Okay, 40. If I will print a student now, print a student. So if you will run this, now here you can see age become your 40, not 22. You can see that. Okay. So this is how we can change the value even after we have created our dictionary because dictionary is mutable. Okay. We can change the value. So dictionary does not allow duplicate values. Okay. Sorry, duplicate keys. It allows duplicate values, but it does not allow duplicate keys. Okay. These are your keys, name, age, course. These are your keys. It will not allow basically duplicate keys. For example, if I will show you a student, let's say I will give a sorry a 10 and b sorry again a I will give suppose I will give 10 again. Okay, I will not give a student this time. Let's say I will give is 2. Okay, so if you will print is 2 here, if I will comment this, sorry, I forgot to give equals to. Now you can see I have only one 10. Okay, not to I didn't get two key value pair. Okay, so it will always give the latest one. Okay, if I will replace this by 20, again I will get 10, the latest one it will give me. Okay, so duplicate keys are not allowed, duplicate values are allowed, but duplicate keys are not allowed in this method. Okay, so if I will comment this, suppose I will delete this. Okay, now next thing is our dictionary allows different data types. Okay, so for example, I can create a student. Suppose again, a student is equal to suppose name Amit. So it is our string data type, right? Suppose age 21. This is our int data type, integer data type. Suppose let's say marks, and this time I will give list data type 80, 90, 100. Okay, so here you can see I have provided many kind of data types in our values. So it will allow these different kind of data types. There will be no issue. Okay, if I will print a student now, here you can see I got my all key value pairs. So there is no problem. in giving different data types, okay, in dictionary. So adding elements in the dictionary, okay. So how we can add elements in the dictionary? For example, I will delete this. Now I have only name, okay. I have only name in my dictionary. So now I want to add a new key value pair, okay, new key value pair. Simply I will go for a student. Let's say I want to add age. I want to add age. Let's say 31. Okay. I have added here age as key, 31 as value. So let's print student. Now, firstly, I had only name in my dictionary. Okay. Now let's see. Yeah, you can see name is Amit, age is 31. Okay. I have added a new key value pair in my dictionary. Okay. So this is how you can add a new key value pair to your dictionary. Now next thing is your removing elements from dictionary. You can use pop. Okay. Removes item using key. Okay. For example, let's delete this. Let's add age directly as 21. Okay. Now I want to delete age key value pair. Okay. Simply I can write student dot pop what I want to delete. Let's say I want to delete age key also and its value also. I want to delete this. And now I will print my student. Okay. So if you will run this, now you can see I have only Amit. There is no age. There is no age because I have deleted this using pop method. Okay. So this is how we can delete a key value pair. Okay. Next thing is our you can use del keyword also for deleting your key value pair. Okay. For example, if I will show you, let's say I have now name and age. Okay. So if I will use del keyword, del, now I will go for a student and I will suppose I want to delete this time name. I want to delete this. Print student. Okay. Now you can see there is only age now because using del keyword, I have deleted the name key value pair of dictionary. Okay. So this is how we can use pop and del for deleting key value pair. Okay. In dictionary. Now next thing is our some dictionary methods. Okay. So first is your keys. It returns all keys. Okay. For example, I have two keys now, name and age, right? And if I will print a student dot keys parenthesis. Now if you will run this, it will provide you all of your uh, keys, name and age. There are two keys, name and age. It has provided me, okay, using keys. Okay, so I will simply now delete this. Next method is your values. It will return all your values. Okay, for example, there are two keys and there are two values. Now if I will print student dot values. Okay, now it will provide me my all values. Okay, Amit and 21. Okay, so this is how you can access, you can get your all keys and all values in dictionary. Next thing is your items. It returns keys and values together. Okay. For example, if I will show you print student dot items. I I will run this. Now you can see you got your key value, keys and values both. Okay. Name Amit, name Amit, age 20. Okay. So this is how you can get by items all of your key and values. Okay. Next thing is our update dictionaries values. Okay. So how we can update using update method. Okay. So let's say I have name as Amit and age as 21. Now I want to make age as 22. Simply I can do that. Student dot update parenthesis. Now curly braces. I will give my key. Key is my age. I want to update my age and I will provide 22. I want to update 21 to 22. Now if I will print student and if I will run this, now you can see age became 22, not 21. It became 22. So this is how we can use update method for updating my value from a key. Okay. Next method is our clear. Removes all items. Okay. So let's see how we can do that. Simply you will write student dot clear. It will clear all of your keys and values. Okay. I will print student. Okay. Now here you can see this is my blank dictionary. Okay. It has removed all my keys and values. Okay. So this is how we can use different methods. Okay. For dictionary. Now next is our sets. So what is a set? A set is a collection data type used to store multiple values. So it is also created using brackets. Okay. So but I will simply comment this. Now I will start my sets. But if you want to create an empty set, it will not be created by curly brackets. Okay. It will be created something like that, like this. Suppose I am giving my set is equal to, I want to create a simply empty set. Simply I will give set and parenthesis. Okay. So I will run this print my set. Okay, now if you will run this, so this is your empty set. Okay, empty set you can create like this. Okay, you will write set and you will give your parenthesis. So this is how empty set can we can create. But if we are not creating empty set, we will use curly brackets. Okay, for example, let's say I will give numbers is equal to curly brackets 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, print 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 numbers. Okay, this is your set. Okay, this is a kind of set we have created. Okay, so this is how we can create a set. Now now set properties. Sets are unordered. Okay, for example, we have created this set, right? Let's say give more 5, 6, and let's give more 10, 82, 31, 32, let's say. Let's run this print numbers. Now you can see I have given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 82, 32, right? But here in the output, you can see 32, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 82, right? So it is not ordered. It is unordered, right? It will it will provide you the output randomly. Okay. It will not provide you the output in order, how you have given the items or elements in your set. Okay. This will provide you randomly. This is why we call sets are unordered. Okay. Now sets are mutable, means we can add or remove elements. Okay. Means we can customize our sets because sets are mutable. For example, if suppose I will add data, sorry, not data, I have numbers dot add 4. Okay. So it will, sorry, I have 4 already. Now let's give 89. 89. So it will add 89 because it is mutable data type, right? It has added 89. Okay. So because it is a mutable data type, so we can customize our sets. We can add, remove elements from the set. Okay. Because it is mutable. Now, sets do not allow duplicate values. Okay. Sets do not allow duplicate values. Okay. So if I will comment this, let's say data is equal to curly braces 1 2 2 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now let's print data. Now you can see I have given 2 3 times here, but in my output I can see 2 on only a single time because sets do not allow duplicate values. Okay. So it will not allow duplicate values. Okay. It will provide you only single time the duplicate values. Okay. Not every time. So next is your sets store different kind of data types. Okay. So you can store different kind of data types. Let's say I will give 10, I will give Python, I will give true. Okay, so these three are different data types, right? So no problem in printing all those things because it allows different data types in a single set. Okay, so no problem in that. So let's comment this. Now some methods. Add, update. Let's check one by one. Add one element. Okay, for example, if I will create data is equal to, let's say I'm taking this. Okay, now I will suppose add numbers dot add 100. Now print numbers. So this is how we can use add method. You can see it has given me 100. It has added 100. Okay, not at last, but it is it added 100 also. Okay, so because it is unordered, so it will not provide you the output in order. Okay, next is your, let's delete this. Now next is your update. Update. It adds multiple values. Okay, multiple values. For example, how we can add multiple values using update. Simply, I can write numbers dot update let's say 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Let's check other numbers. I've already taken these numbers. 12, let's say 23, let's say 38. Okay. And run this. Okay. Now you can see it has added 38, uh, 23 as well. Okay. And 12 as well. Okay. So this is how we can add multiple numbers using multiple elements in our set using update method. Okay. So simply I will comment this. Now next method is your remove method. Removes an element. How we can use remove method? Simply I will write numbers dot remove. Let's say I want to remove one. Okay, I want to remove one. Let's print our numbers. Now there is no one here. You can see we have removed one using remove method. Okay, let's comment this. Now next function is our discard. It also removes an element. Okay, so let's see how we can use discard for removing an element from the set. So simply I can write numbers dot discard. Let's say I want to remove this time two. Sorry, two. Now here you can see there is no two here. Okay, so it has removed two. So this is how we can use remove and discard also for removing an element from the set. Now pop, it removes randomly. Okay, it removes random any element. Okay, so if I will use numbers dot pop, let's say I will run this. So there is any value which will be missing from this. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 also, 10 also. It has removed 32, I think. Yeah, it has removed 32. So this is how pop works. Okay, and clear. Now last thing is clear. It removes all your elements. Okay, simply if I will something, I will do this. I will number. I will do numbers dot clear. Okay, I will simply run this now. Now you can see this is my empty set. Okay, so it has removed my all elements from the set. Okay, now if I will comment this, these are the all methods I have shown you. Okay, so this is how all the methods we can apply for our set. Now next is our some operations on sets. Okay, so first is your union. First operation is your union. It basically combines two sets. Okay, its symbol is this vertical bar. Okay, for example, if I will create a two sets here, A, 1, 2, 3, and let's say B is equal to, let's say 4, 5, and 6. If I will print A, vertical bar B. So what union will do? It will combine two sets. Okay. If I will run this now, you can see it has combined my two sets into a single set. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. So this is how union operation works. Okay. Now if I will come in this, next is our intersection. Okay. Symbol will not see, it will end. There is a, I think, printing mistake here. A symbol will be and, not C. Okay. What it will do? It will returns common elements from the two sets. Okay. For example, if I will give A is equal to 1, 2, comma 3, and B is equal to, let's say, I will give 3, comma 4, comma 5. So it will give me common elements. Okay. Common elements. For example, if I will print A intersection B, okay, A intersection B. Now it has given me 3. So you can see here 3 is the only element which is common in both set. Okay, so this is how we can use intersection. Okay, to get the common value in both sets. Okay, next operation is your difference. It basically returns elements present only in first set. What it means? Let's check this. Suppose I will take this only. Okay. Now I will uncomment this also. Now if I will print, I will suppose comment this and I will print a difference B. Okay. So what it will do? It will returns elements present only in first set. First set. Okay. So for example, if I will run this, now you can see here you can see 1 comma 2. Okay, because 3 is also present here in B. Okay, and 4 5 is present in B. So it will basically check the first set's elements. Okay, if there will be any element will be present in the other set, it will not take that. It will only take the whole first set, but not the common element which will be present in both, and it will completely ignore the second set. Okay, it will take only first set elements, and it will it will not take the common element. Okay, so it is for the first set only. I will comment this. Next operation is our symmetric difference. What it means? Returns elements except common elements. Okay. For example, I have 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. Okay. For example, print A, A, caret B. This is a symbol of symmetric difference. Okay. Now if I will run this, you can see I got 1, 2, 4, 5 because 3 is common in both. So what symmetric difference do? It returns elements except common elements. It will not take the common elements. Okay, 3 is the only element which is common in both sets, so it will not take that. Okay, so this is how symmetric difference works. Okay, so on the basis of uh, these learnings, I have taken two questions here. First question is for dictionary. This is a very basic question. Uh, you can do by your own. Just pause the video, read the question, and complete this question by your own. Okay, so here, create create a dictionary storing student information, name, age, marks. Okay, I have to create a dictionary and then update the marks value and print in the dictionary. So very basic question. Let's take a student is equal to, I will take name. Let's say I'm taking, let's say Rohan, and I will take age as 25, and let's take another is marks. Okay, marks. Let's say I will take 85. Okay, now what is the next task? Update the marks value and print the dictionary. So we just need to apply. Uh, we just need to update the marks here. Okay, student. I will go for my marks. Mark now equals to, let's say I will update 85 to 95. Okay, now I will print my student. Okay, so it has updated my marks. Okay, so question number one is done. This is a very basic question. Okay, so I will take another question. Okay, so now it is based on sets. Okay, now create two sets. A is equal to this, B is equal to this. I will simply copy this. Okay, Control V, Control C, Control V. Okay, now find union. Okay, so in this video, uh, previously I have shown you how to check union intersection by symbols. Okay, like vertical bar and dash, caret. Okay, so you can check also by union intersection difference, symmetric difference also by symbol also, and using these things also. Now if I will show you, print a, sorry, a, simply write a dot union and provide your b. Okay, so here you can, uh, if you will check this by this. Okay, I have shown you previously like this. Okay, a vertical bar b. So you can use symbol also, and you can use this one also. Okay, good. I'm for now I'm commenting this, and I'm uncommenting this. So I'm using this now. A dot union B. Okay. For the first problem, find union intersection difference, symmetric difference. First is your union. So I'm checking by union. So yeah, you can see it has provided me a complete set by combining my two sets. Okay. Next thing is your intersection. Similarly, you can do intersection also. You can check by symbol also. You can give directly here intersection also. Intersection. Okay. Intersection also. If you will run this, yeah, you can see 40 and 30 is only the common value. Okay. Next thing is your difference. Simply, you can check by symbol also, and also by writing here difference. Difference. Okay. You can use symbol also. No problem. Here you can see 10 and 20. Okay. I've already discussed about this concept, union, intersection, difference, what these things do. So next thing is our symmetric difference. Similarly, you can use caret symbol, or you can write here symmetric difference. Click tab. Okay, symmetric difference. Now if you will run this. 10, 50, 26, 26, it has removed my common elements and it has given me the complete set. Okay, so this is how you can check union intersection difference, symmetry difference by writing union intersection also and by providing symbols also. Okay, so that is all about dictionary and sets. So that's all in this video. In the next video, we will discuss conditional expressions. Okay, so that's all. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our next chapter is conditional expression. Okay, so what is a conditional expression? So a condition expression allows a program to make decisions. Okay, so instead of executing every line of code, Python checks whether the condition we are providing is true or false, and then it decides what to execute on the basis of the your condition is coming true or false. Okay, so let's understand this by a real life example. Like for example, if it is raining, we are giving a decision, we are taking a decision, take an umbrella if it is raining. Otherwise, don't take the umbrella. Okay. So, programming works exactly the same way. Okay. In conditional expression. So, there are some topics. Boolean values I have already explained, but I have mentioned this because I will use this in conditional expression. So it simply means true and false. Okay, Boolean values. For example, if I'm printing 10 is greater than 5, then it will give me true because 10 is obviously greater than 5. Next is suppose print 5 is greater than 10. It will print false. That is false. Okay, so that is what Boolean values. So conditional operators I have already explained. Okay, where we were studying about operators. Okay, so here are some of comparison operators we have: equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, greater than, equal, greater than or equal to, less than, equal to, greater than and equal to, and less than equal to. Okay, so this is how we can check these comparison operators. Okay, this thing I already explained practically also. Okay, so I'm not going deep into this comparison operators. Okay, let's start with your if statement. First is our the if statement. It will our syntax will be like if here you will put your condition, then you will provide your statement. Okay, so and then if the condition is true, then the program will execute. Otherwise, it will skip it. For example, if I will show you, so I will create a file. Okay, let's say I have age as 20. Okay, I got this data from somewhere. Age is 20. Okay, now I'm saying that if age is greater than or equal to 18, if age is greater than or equal to 18, then print eligible for vote. Okay, what this line is saying, I have age is 20. Someone I suppose I have this data for a person. Okay, I got this data. Now I'm giving a condition. If age is greater than or equal to 18, then only print eligible for vote. Suppose I will run this. Yeah, it is printing eligible for vote. Okay. For example, I will replace 20 from 16. Then let's see what it will print. It it doesn't print it anything. Okay, because our condition got false here because it is checking. age is greater than or equal to 18, but age is neither uh, equal to 18 nor greater than 18. Okay, so this is how if statement works. Okay, let's comment this. Okay, now next thing is your indentation. So Python does not use braces. Okay, so instead it uses indentation spaces. It is nothing but your spaces. For example, if I will again uncomment this, so here you can see after this line, if age is greater than or equal to 18, it is consuming some space, right? For example, if I will remove this space, see here you can see it is giving me a red line, right? It means it is a type of error. If I will run this, it will provide me error. Okay, here you can see. Here it is saying also indentation error. Okay, so again I will give that space and then I will run. Then you can see my red line is gone and it is printing eligible for vote. Okay, that is what indentation is in Python. Okay, let's comment this. Now next thing is our if else statement. Okay, so it is used when you will have your two conditions. Basically, if for example I have this if age is greater than or equal to print eligible for vote, and else suppose I want to give anything more. If condition gets false here, then also print something or do something. Then in that case we use else. Okay, okay. Its statement is will be like if condition here you will uh, give your statements, then else, then your statement. For example, I will explain you by taking another example. For example, let's take this one only. Uh, Again, I'm taking this. Okay, so let's take this. Okay, and comment this. Okay, now I'm replacing this with 15. Okay, so here we are checking with if age is greater than or equal to 18. Okay, so I am printing he is eligible for vote. But if condition gets false here, then also I want to print something or I want to do something. So simply I can do else print not eligible. Okay, not eligible. Okay, if I will run this code, then you can see you got your not eligible because 15 is less than 18 and also 15 is not equal to 18. So the condition went to this part and it has printed not eligible. Okay. In that case, where we are printing only for if condition, we got only for eligible for vote when we had age is 20. But in this case, if my age will be less than 18, then it will print none because we have not written any condition for when my condition will be false here. Okay, so this is how if and else works together. Let's comment this. Now, next is your if elif else statement used when it will be used when there are multiple conditions together. Okay, it will the syntax of this will be like this: if condition your statement, elif condition it will be and your statement, and then else at the end your, your statement. For example, let's let's do it practically. So let's say I'm taking marks is equal to, let's say, 82. I got this marks from somewhere. Okay. Now I want to validate this using if, elif, and else statement. So I want if I don't know whatever my marks is. Okay. Suppose that this marks I'm getting from any user. I'm not hard coding it. I'm getting this by a user. Okay. So I'm giving a condition. If the marks will be greater than or equal to 90, then print print grade A. So if my marks will be greater than or equal to 90, it will print grade A. Now I want that if the marks is greater than or equal to 75, means if my marks will be greater than 75 or equal to 75, okay, then it will print grade B. For example, elif marks is greater than or equal to 75. Okay, 75. Then print grade B. Okay, this is my second condition. Here you can see we are using multiple conditions. Okay, and then again I want to check if my marks is greater than equal to 60, then print grade C. Grade C. Okay. Or else, if marks is less than 60, simply I will not give any condition. Else, print fail. So here you can see I have written multiple conditions. Whenever we will use multiple conditions, then we will use if, elif, else, or simply if or elif. Okay. So if I will run this, so here you can see I got grade B. Why I got grade B? Because I have marks as 82. It is lying between 75 to 90. Okay, that is what our second condition is saying. If marks is greater than or equal to 75, then print grade B and my marks is 82. Right. So this is how it is an example. This is how we can use if, ellipse, and else for giving multiple conditions. Okay. So next is our multiple ellipse. So as I said, you can use as many as ellipse statements as needed because I have used two ellipse statements here. But if you need five, six, 10, n number of conditions, you can try. You can basically use ellipse. Okay, the number of times you need. Okay, next is your nested if. So and nested if is a statement inside another if statement. If an if statement inside another if statement, that is your nested if. Okay. So if I will explain you by taking an example. Suppose I'm taking age is equal to 20. Okay. And also I have a parameter that is citizen is equal to true. It is saying that he is a citizen of this country. Okay, and his age is 20. Okay, so I will suppose write age if age is greater than or equal to 18. So my first condition is age should be greater than or equal to 18. Okay, this is my first condition. Okay, and then I need to give another condition if citizen. Okay, if citizen, simply write this. If citizen, yeah, if he is a citizen, then then only print eligible for vote. So this is an example of nested if. Here you can see I have used another if under a if condition. Okay. So if I will run this, yeah, here you can see eligible for vote. Because in this case, both of these conditions got true. Age is greater than or equal to 18, right? Here I have age is 20. If citizen is true, then he is a citizen. Yeah, print eligible for vote. So this is how you can use nested if, means a if condition under a if condition. That is your nested if. This is how something you can work with nested if. Okay. Next topic is our logical operators. There are some logical operators you used to basically combine multiple conditions. So first is your AND operator. In this AND operator, I've already explained this. AND operator, both conditions must be true. If I have two conditions, both conditions should be true. For example, I will take an example. I will take suppose the previous example, age is equal to 20 and citizen is equal to true. Okay, so previously I checked by nested if. Now I will check by AND condition because I need to check these two conditions should be true. Okay, so simply I can write if age is greater than or equal to 18 and what is our next condition? Citizen. Simply I will write citizen because I have already given true here. If citizen, then only print eligible. Okay, so what AND operator is doing here? It is checking that my both condition is true or not. Then only it will print eligible. For example, I will show you. Yeah, here you can see it is showing eligible. If you will decrease this age to let's say 16, it will not print anything. Okay, it will not print anything because the condition got false for age. Okay, age is our not greater than or equal to 18. So this is how an operator works. Okay, in the else condition you can write not eligible also. Okay, so this is how an operator works for if else condition. Okay, and next is your or operator. In this case, at least one condition should be true, not both conditions. At least one condition should be true. Then it will pass my statement. Okay. So, for example, I am saying, suppose a student got some marks, suppose 35. Okay. And then he is a sports person. He is a sports person. So, I'm doing this as true. Now, I'm saying that if a student got marks greater than or equal to 40, then only he will pass. But I'm giving a condition also, or he is a sports person, or he is a sports person, or sports. Means I have given sports is equal to true. Here you can give false also, and you can check. So, if a student got marks greater than or equal to 40, or he is a sports person, then only print pass. Pass. He got passed in his exam. Okay, so here you can see one condition is getting false here because I have marks as 35, which is less than 40 and not equal to 40. So this condition will be failed. But here you can see I have taken another condition. Sports. Here you can see if I am hovering my cursor here, you can see my sports is true. So he is a sports person. So it will basically print passed because my one condition is getting correct. One condition is getting true because I have used or, so it will pass my statement. Okay. So if I will do here false, let's say false. Now both condition will be false here, so it will not print anything. At least in this or operator case, at least one condition should be true. Okay, so this is how or operator works. Okay, let's comment this. Now next thing is our not operator. It basically reverses the result. Okay, we have already discussed it, but I'm discussing for my conditions. Okay, how these operators can work. So I'm checking if a user is logged in or not. I'm giving as, let's say, false. No, he is not logged in. But I want to make this true. I will make this true? So simply I will use not operator. Logged in, if user is not logged in, then print print please log in. Okay, please log in. Okay, please log in. So this is how thing like not operator works. It basically reverse the condition. Okay, okay. So if you will run this, here you can see here my please login has printed because it has reversed my condition. Okay, this is how not operator work. Reverses the result basically. It reverse the result. Okay, so this is how we can work with not operator. Okay, so now next is your membership operators. There is a two membership operators in and not in. Okay, so if I will do this, suppose I have a list of fruits. I have list of fruits. Okay, so I am taking some uh, fruits here. Apple, let's say banana, let's say mango. Okay, now I want to check i- if apple is there in my list or not. If there is apple in my list, then print available. Okay, simple. So I will write a condition. If apple, if apple in here you can see in membership operator I have given in membership operator. If apple is in my fruits, then only print available. Okay. If apple will be not available in my list, then it will not print anything. But here I have the apple in my list. So here you can see it is available. It is showing available. Okay. So similarly, I can use not in. Okay. So no, how we can use not in membership operator. Okay. So let's take this fruit. Let's give it this as fruits too. Okay. fruits too. Now I'm checking if orange is there in my list or not. Okay. So if orange is not in the fruits list, just print not available. Okay. So what I can write orange, if orange, not in membership operator I'm using here, not in fruits, fruits two, because I have given fruits two here, then, then only print not available. If orange will be available in this list, then it will print nothing because we have not written the condition. You can write else also, else print available. Okay, so here you can see it is showing not available because orange is not there in my list. Okay, so this is how we can use in and not in of membership operators. Okay, so next is our chained comparisons. Okay, so basically Python supports chaining comparison operators. How we can use this chaining comparison? Let me show you. For example, I have a age of 25. Okay, now I want to check. I want to check his he is a working guy or not. So I have a condition like if age is greater than or equal to 18, or if age is less than or equal to 60, then he is a working guy. Okay. So how we can use that? If age, so here you can see we can use greater than equal to from what? 18. Age should be greater than or equal to 18. Okay, age should be greater than or equal to 18 or less than equal to 60. Less than equal to 60, then print he is he is a working guy. Okay, so what we are checking here? I am checking, suppose I got some age 25, 50, anything, 75, anything. I am checking if age is greater than or equal to 18 and less than equal to 60, then he is in working. Okay, he is currently working. Okay, so if I will print this, he is a working guy. Okay, so suppose I will give else here, else print is not working. Okay, is not working. And suppose I will replace this by 75. He's a he's an old man. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, he is not working. Why? Because 75 is greater than or equal to 60. That is not matching our condition. Okay. So this is how we can do chaining comparison. This is how we can do chaining comparison. Okay. So next is our pass statement. It is used when you want an empty block temporarily. Okay. I want an empty block temporarily. Okay. For example, if I will give age is equal to 20 and if age is, I am checking if age is greater than or equal to 18, then just pass an empty block. That's it. And suppose I will type print done. So this is how we can use pass statement to basically get an empty block temporarily. Okay. Okay. So this is how we can use pass statement. For example, if I will run this, it will print done. Okay. So this is how we can use pass statement. Okay. So That's all in this video in the condition expression chapter. In the next video, we will discuss loops. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's chapter is loops in Python. Okay, so what is a loop? So suppose you have to print or you have to do something 100 times. What you will gonna do? You will gonna write your code 100 times for the same thing, or suppose you will write same thing 100 times, but now you want 1,000 times. You have to print something 1,000 times, or you have to do something 1,000 times. What you will gonna do? You will gonna write same thing for 1,000 times? No, right? So in that case, we use loops. Okay, so instead, Python provides you loops, so which repeat a block of code automatically. Okay, so we will use a loop when when we'll need to print same thing on some conditions, or we need to do something on some conditions. Then in that case we will use loops. Okay, so for example, I have to print 100 times Rahul. So simply, suppose I will create a new file here, main.py. So simply what I will do, I will write for I is my variable, in range, what range I need to print something 100 times. So 100. Now, what you need to print or what you need to do? Now I want to print Rahul name for 100 times. Suppose I will run this code. So if you will count this, it will print Rahul 100 times. Okay. So this is why I gave you an idea of loops, what loops do actually. Okay, so there are two types of loops. Okay, first is your for loop and second is your while loop. Let's start with for loop. Okay, so for loop, the for loop is used when we know how many times we want to repeat something. For example, in this case, I know I want to print Rahul 100 times, so that's why I use for loop. Okay, so for loop will be used when we know how many times we want to repeat something. Okay, its syntax will be like this. For your variable, you can write something I, J, anything here. In sequence, your sequence, and then your code. What you want to pass 100 times, 5 times, 1,000 times. You know the number. Okay, so for example, I want to print numbers from 0 to 5. Okay, so I want to print number 0 to 5. Simply I will give for I is my variable, in range. What range? I need to print number from 0 to 6. I will simply write 6 because I need to print 0 to 5. So I will give 6 so that it can continue till 5. Okay. So I have given 6. Okay. So I will write print I. Okay. If you will run this code, now here you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In this case, I know I want to print from 0 to 5. I know. That's why we use for loop. Okay. Simple agenda is this. You know how many times you want to repeat something. Okay. So let's understand range. Basically, range generates numbers. Range generates numbers. Okay. Here I have written 6. So it continued till 5. Okay. So its syntax will be like this. Start from where you need to start. You need to start 0 or 1, 2, 3, anything. You will write here, and then stop. At which number you want to stop? 1,000 times, 900 times, 500 times. You will. and step. Okay, what will be the step? Okay, for example, if I will suppose case one is this, uh, I've already shown you. Case is this. Case one is this, where I'm giving just a range is five. I have given here six, so it will print 0 to 5. Okay, 0 to 5. Now for second case, let's see second case. Second case is your for I in range 2 to 8 means here it is my starting point and this is my ending point. Suppose I will write for I in range range 2 to 8. Okay, 2 to 8. Print my I variable. Print I. So here you can see it has started from 2. It has started from 2. I've already discussed the indexing part. Okay, so it has started from 2, but is it continued till 7 because I have given 8 here ending point. It will not consider the ending point. Okay, suppose I will give 9. Now it will continue till 8. Okay, it will continue till 8. Okay, so this is how you can use for loop by giving your starting point and ending point. Now third one is your for in range 2 to 20 to 2. You, it means, suppose I will show you for I in range. Basically, last part is your step. Okay, in which step you want to display the output. Suppose I have given 1 here, so it will consider each output. Okay, if I will give 2 here, then it will consider every second step. Okay, for example, I will give for I in range. Suppose I want to start from 2 to 20. Okay, and I'm giving step as 2. What it means? I'm saying that go in every loop it will be executed. Go on the second step. Okay, not cover each and every step. Go on the second step. Here you can see it has skipped 3, it has skipped 5, it has skipped 7, it has skipped 9. So that is how it continued till 18. Okay, because next step will be your 20, so it will not consider 20. So it continued till 18. Okay, so this is how we can use step also. Okay, so I have shown you how we can use just ending point, starting point and ending point, and starting point, ending point, and step. So this is how we can use this. Now you can give negative indexing also. Now this time, suppose I will give for I in range. I want to print the I in opposite direction. Okay, not from 0 to 10. This time I want to print my I from in descending order. Suppose print I. Now here I will give comma. Now here you can see from it has started from 10, 9, 8, 7. So this is how negative indexing works. Okay. Yes. This is how negative step work, not indexing, sorry. Negative step works. Okay. Now how we can use looping through string. Okay. So suppose now this time I will take a string data type into my variable. Suppose I will give Python. Python. Okay. Now I want to print each and every letter in this word Python. Okay. How we can do that? So I will write for loop because I know I am printing Python's every letter. So that is why I used for loop for anything any variable you can take. Suppose I am giving for letter in name because name is my variable in which I have stored Python. So suppose I will print print letter. Okay, print letter. So here you can see it has printed my all letters in Python word. Okay, you can use another variable. You can use here Spider-Man also. Spider-Man. Okay, for Spider-Man in name, you will just need to give here Spider-Man. Okay, for printing all the letters in word in my Python word. Okay, I will give Spider-Man. So it will basically give same output here. Okay, variable you can take anything. Okay, but I will suggest whenever you will take any variable, it should be basically related to your work. Okay, not like this Spider-Man and all. Okay, so I'm replacing this by letter. I will use here also letter. Okay, next thing is looping through list. Okay, so similar way I can do this also. Suppose I will take fruits, and I will give a list to my fruits variable. Suppose I'm taking some fruits here, apple, apple, banana, mango. Okay. Now, now I want to print every every single fruit in my list. I want to print. How we can print that? Simply I will write for suppose I am taking a variable fruit. You can take anything. Okay. For fruit in. Now you have to give your variable name in. I have a variable name fruits. Fruits. I will give fruits and print. What I will print? I will print my variable which I am taking here. That is my fruit, not fruits. Okay, fruits in which I am containing my list of fruits, and here we have defined a new variable in my for loop. So I will use this one. Here you can see it has given me all the fruits, apple, banana, mango. Okay. Similar way you can use for loop for tuple, set, and dictionary also. Okay. I'm just commenting this. Now, next is our nested for loop. What it means? It basically looped inside another loop. Okay. For example, I will cover this practically. So I will suppose I am giving I'm printing some number for I in range. I in range. I is my just a variable, and I'm giving some number. Let's say three. Print three till three. So here we are saying that generate the numbers from 0 to 2, right? Because I have given 3, so it will be continued till 2. So I am saying that generate the numbers from 0 to 2. Now suppose I am giving another loop for j. Now j I am giving for j in range. Again I am saying generate the number from 0 to 2. Now if you will print, sorry. Now if you will print now. both of your I and j, it will print something like this. Here you can see. It has printed two times here. Okay. So this is how nested loop works. Basically, loops under a loop. Loop inside another. Okay. So this is how loop inside another loop works. Okay. So our next loop type is while loop. So we will use while loop when we don't know how many times a loop should run. Okay. So in that case, we will use while loop. Its syntax will be like this. Your while and your condition will be here and your code which you want to execute. Okay. For example, if I will show you, suppose I am giving a variable I is equal to and I am assigning a value 1 to my I. And I want a condition with while loop while a is less sorry I is less than equal to 5 means when till when I will be less than equal to 5, then till then I I have to add plus 1 into my I. Okay. Till then, when we will have I is less than equal to 5. Till then, add plus 1 to my I on each loop. Okay. On each loop executed and just print I. So what it will print? So here you can see I have assigned I as 1. So when first iteration of loop executed, then it added I to plus 1. Okay. Then I got 2. In the case of 2, I got 3. Then in when I was 3, I got 4. In I is equal to 5, then I got 6. But I got the value still 6 because I have put a condition here. I is less than equal to 5 means when I was till equal to 5, the iteration of this loop executed. But after I became greater than 6, it basically became false here and iteration got stopped and I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So this is how while loop works. Okay. I will comment this. So suppose you want to create infinite loop. How we can create infinite loop? So in that case, suppose any condition, I am saying that any condition which is true, which is true. Okay, just print hello. Okay, print hello. So what it means whatever my condition is, it is true, and I am printing hello. So I am not giving any second condition here. Second, I am not giving any second condition here. So it will be executed in finite time because I have not given ending point of this. I have given ending point here. I should be less than equal to 5. Then uh, uh, till then execute the iteration of this loop. But if I is greater than equal to 5, then stop the iteration. But here I am not giving any end point to my while loop. So it will basically end it infinite times. Okay, infinite times. It is still executing. It is still executing. Okay, so this is how you can create infinite loop. Uh, you don't need to give any other condition. Okay, if you want to stop your condition, then you need to give another condition. Break statement. Basically, it is used to stop the loop immediately. For example, if I will show you, suppose I am giving 4I in range, suppose 10. I want to print till 9. Okay. So if I is equal, suppose I'm giving if I is equal to 5. If I is equal to 5 means if I is 5, then break means stop the execution. Okay. Stop the execution. And if I will print I and I will show you, then you can see here it has stopped on 4. Okay, because I have given ending point here 10, so it will be executed till 9, but here I have given 5, so it will be executed till 4. Okay, so this is how break a statement works. Okay, it will basically stop your loop immediately. Continue statement. So it will skips the current iteration, continue statement. For example, if I will show you, so this time suppose I am giving for I in range 6. Okay, print till 5, 0 to 5. I'm saying, but I'm saying I is if I will be 3, if I will be 3, then skip this iteration. If I will be 3, then skip this iteration. Okay, continue statement I have used. Now if you will print, now if you will print your I, you will print your I here. You will see I'm running this. Now here you can see there is no 3 here because on the iteration when will have 3, I have skipped that iteration using continuous statement. So you will not gonna see here 3 value. Okay. So this is how you can skip the current iteration using continuous statement. Okay. So next is our looping with index. So suppose you have a number of items in your variable. Now, if you want to print one by one those elements and with their index also. Okay, so how we can do that? Suppose I am taking a variable fruits and I'm storing a list of fruits here. Let's say apple, banana, banana, and next let's say mango. Okay, mango. Now I want to print all these items with their index 0, 1, 2. Okay. So suppose there are n number of items, a thousand number of items. So how you will gonna do that? Simply you will write for loop I in range, I in range. You can take anything instead of I. It is just a variable name. For I in range, I will use len. Remember that when we were covering indexing, then we had covered len. Okay. What is the length of this? This length of fruits. Length of fruits. Length of fruits. Now I will sorry. Now I will print what are the things I need to give. I need to give the I and fruits fruits index. Fruits index. Okay. Okay. Fruits index. I am storing the index in I. Now here you can see on the zeroth number of index there is your apple. On the first index you have banana. Then on second index you have mango. So we have used looping through indexing. Okay, this is how looping through indexing works, where you print your items with their index. Okay. Now next is your nested while loop. Okay. So a nested while loop means placing one while loop inside another while loop. Similarly, where we used nested for loop, where we had created for loop inside a for loop. Similarly, we will use a nested while loop for placing one loop into another while loop. For example, if I will show you is equal to 1, let's say I am assigning a value to my I and I am giving a outer loop with a condition by while loop I is less than or equal to 3. This is my outer loop condition. Okay. And now I am giving another variable, let's say j is equal to 1. Okay. So now j will be reset to 1. Okay. Every time a time outer loop will start a new iteration, j will be reset to 1. Okay. Because we want the inner loop, we will create the inner loop to start from the beginning every time. So that's why I have reset j is equal to 1. Okay. Now, now suppose I will wait while another I'm this time I am giving inner loop condition. Now this time we will use j is less than equal to, let's say same condition I will give, j is less than equal to 3, then print i and j, I and j. But till then, when we will have j is less than or equal to 3, j should be assigned by adding plus 1. Till then, j will be less than or equal to j is equal to j plus 1. Okay. Till then, I will give I is equal to I plus 1. Now, if I will run this code, now here you can see I has 1, 1, 1. Till then, it has j had 1, 2, 3. In the second iteration, 1, 2, 3. In the third iteration, j has 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is how we can use nested while loop. Okay. While loop under a while loop. Okay. So this is how nested loop works. So that's all in this chapter. In the next chapter, we will cover functions and recursions. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's topic is functions and recursions. Okay. So let's start with function first. So what is a function? A function is a block of reusable code. Remember that reusable code that performs a specific task. So instead of writing the same code again and again, we will write it once inside a function and then call it whenever we need. Okay. For example, if we don't use function and we need to print welcome and again and again, so then what you will do? You will write print welcome, welcome again and again. But suppose I will create a function. Let's say I'm creating a function welcome. Define welcome. Okay. Here I have created a function. Okay, welcome. And now in this function, I will write print welcome. Okay. This is what print welcome is basically welcome function is containing this print welcome. Okay, this is what welcome function is containing. Now, suppose in the program, in the further program, I have 1,000 lines of code here, and I want this function welcome again and again. I want this print welcome again. Just call this, just call this welcome. Okay, again and again. Whenever you need, just write welcome. Again, you need print function. Again, you will use the welcome function. Now, if you will run this, so you will find three times we have used welcome function and we got welcome print welcome three times. Okay, so this is how we can use functions. Okay, so let's comment this now. Function syntax will be like this. Define function name. Your function name will be here. You will use define, def, def, and your statement. Whatever you need in this function. Not only print welcome. Anything you want and anything you want to reuse again and again, you can create a function and you can write your code here. So, okay. So similar, like I will define a function. Let's say greet. Greet is a function. Okay, and in greet function, I have print hello. Okay, print hello. Okay, so I will simply call my function to print hello. Okay, I will simply print hello by calling my function. Okay, so this is how function works and calling a function works. Okay, so function without parameters. What is function without parameters? Sometimes a function doesn't need any input. For example, here you can see there is no input here. There is no parameter here. Here also there is no parameter. So this is an example of function without parameters. For example, if I will take another example, let's say I will define country, define country, and let's say I will print, let's say England. Let's say I'm calling England. Okay, so I will simply call my country function. It will print England. Okay, so it has printed England. So here I am not using parameters. Okay, I am not using any parameters. So this is an example of function without parameters. Now next is your function with parameters. With parameters receives data. For example, if I will show you, let's say I am creating a function define greet. Let's say uh, I will create a function greet and I'm giving a parameter, let's say name. Okay, name. This is my parameter. So suppose I'm giving here print, let's say hello, and whatever the name I will give, print the name. Okay. So if I will call my function, and what value you want to put in your parameter. Let's say I'm saying Rohan, Rohan. Okay, so it will print simply hello Rohan. So this is how function with parameters works. Okay, function with parameters works. We need to define a function, then we need to give parameter. Okay, if you will hover here, you can see it is showing parameter name. Okay, and you can say print hello, and you can call your parameter here, and you need to give value to your parameter. Okay, so this is how function with parameter works. Okay, in which function with parameters will receive the data. Okay, when you will use function with parameters. Okay, now you can have multiple parameters. Okay, for example, if I will show you multiple parameters, let's say I am defining student. Okay, and I'm saying giving name and age. Okay, name and age. Now if I will print print age and also print name. So here student is my function where I have defined a new function student, and name and age are my parameters. Okay, name and age are my parameters. So if I will call my function student, now I have to give the value for my parameters. So first I need to give names value and then age. Let's say in the name I am giving Rahul, and in the age I am giving, let's say, 23. Okay, so it will print my age and name. So here you can see it has printed my age and name. Okay, because I have given a value to my parameters, value to my parameters. These are my parameters, and this is my function, which I have defined by def. Okay, let's comment this. Now, next is your positional arguments. So, what is positional arguments? Arguments are matched according to their position. For example, for example, if I will create a new function here, add, and I will give some parameters, let's say A and B. Okay. And I will print, let's say A plus B. Print A plus B. Now, if I will call my add function here, here I need to give the value for A and B. Let's say I'm giving 5 and 10. So here 5 will be the value of A and 10 will be the value of B in the same order. Okay. So if you will print this, sorry, yeah, you can see it has printed A plus B. So here, here A's value is 5, B's value is 10. Okay. So this is your positional arguments. Okay. Now let's take an example of wrong position. Okay. Wrong position. Here you can see like you can take an example like let's say depth details, and I have parameters name and age. Okay, name and age. I'm printing my name and age. I'm printing my name and age. Okay, and now I need to give my values for my parameters. And let's say what I will do. I will do I will give value for age first, and I will give for value for name. Let's say Rishi. Okay, so here you can see the order of my parameter. First, it has name and age. So I need to give the value first for age. Sorry, first for name and then for age. But here I have given age first and then name. Okay, so here you can see I got my value, but this is wrong because I know age is my 22 and name is Rishi. But I want this in this order. Okay, I want a name first and then age. So this is something your wrong position. This is an example of your wrong position. Okay, so you need to give you need to pass the value for your parameters in the same order you have given here. Okay. Now, next is your keyword arguments. Arguments are matched using parameters names. But to address this, to solve this problem, we can use keyword arguments. For example, I have given this in the wrong order, but it will be it will be resolved by keyword arguments. How? Let's say I am taking this example only. I am copying this. Okay, and I will paste this here. Now, now how we can resolve this problem by keyword arguments? Just just give your parameters name. Age is equal to 22 and and name is equal to your Rishi. Now this problem will be solved. Here it is. Now you can see I have printed name and age. So first name came and then age came because we have given the parameters also, not only values. We have given the parameters also. For the parameter age, I have given 22. For the parameter name, I have given receipt. So it has printed correctly now. Okay. So here you can use keyword arguments like this. Okay. Now next is your default arguments. So if the user doesn't pass a value, Python uses the default value. How you can use the default argument? Let's say again I'm uh, defining a defining a function greet. Greet. Let's say I'm giving default value as name. Name for name. I'm giving default value as guest. Guest. Okay. This is my default value for my name parameter. This is my uh yeah. For the function greet, guest is the default value for my name parameter. Okay. So now if I will print, let's say I will print hello, hello, hello and name. Okay. So because I'm giving name parameter here, so you need to pass a value for name parameter. So suppose now if I will not pass anything, I will not pass the parameter for name, value for my parameter name. I'm not passing any value for my parameter. What it will print? Hello guest. Because we have given guest as a default value to my name parameter, right? So it has printed hello guest. Hello guest. Okay. So but but if you will give a value to your parameter grid, which is your grid function, and I am giving value to my parameter, let's say Rohan. Rohan. Okay. Now this time, and if I am commenting this, so now you can see it will print hello Rohan. Hello Rohan. Because we are giving my own value of the parameter. We are not using default parameter. But if I will comment this, if I will comment this and I will use this grid and I'm not passing any value to my parameter name, I'm not passing any value to my parameter, it will use the default parameter value of parameter. Default value of my parameter. It will use hello guest. Okay. So this is how default argument works. So let's comment this. This is how default argument works. Okay. Now, next is your return statement. So, return statement is basically the return keyword sends data back to the caller. For example, if I will show you, let's say I'm defining again add function. Define add, and I'm adding A and B. Okay, my parameters are A and B. And let's say I'm saying return A plus B. Okay, A plus B. And I'm saying result is equal to, let's say result is equal to add. I'm calling my function add. And I'm giving some values for my parameters. Let's say I'm giving value for my A is 5 and for B is 8. Okay, what I'm saying, I have created a new variable result and I'm storing my function add and I'm giving parameters for my A and return is my A plus B. So if you will print your result, you will print your result, print result, then you will you will find the addition of these two numbers A plus B. Okay. So this is how return parameters works. Okay. It will basically sends data back to the caller. Okay. Back to the caller. Okay. Now I will comment this. You can use return multiple values. It basically return multiple values also. For example, if I will show you, let's say I'm defining a new function here, calculation. Okay. And I'm again taking A and B as my parameter, and let's say I'm this time I'm uh, doing not only addition, I'm this time I'm saying a plus b also, addition of a plus b, subtraction of a and b, and multiplication of a and b. This time I'm doing these things. Okay. So let's say I will. So I need to store. I'm doing three different calculations here, right? So I need to store this three calculation into three different variables. So I will say, let's say x, y, z is equal to. Now this time I'm calling my calculation function, and in the calculation function I need to pass the values for my a and b. Okay. Let's say I am giving my value for A as 20 and I am giving my value for B as 10. Okay. So, and now if you will print x, now if you will print y, now if you will print z. So what will happen? A plus B will go into your x, A minus B will go into your y, A into B will go into your z. Okay. So if I will run this, so you can see A plus B is your 30, which is your x, and 20 minus 10 will be 10, which is your y, and 20 into 10 is your 200, which is your z. So this is how we can get, uh, it can return multiple values, not only single value. It can return multiple values. Okay, so this is how we can use return statement. Okay, so next is your recursion. So what is recursion? Recursion is basically a function calling itself is called recursion. A function calling itself is called recursion. So what will happen? Once you will create a function, it will call itself, it will repeat and then stops at base class. Base class is nothing but the stopping condition. The stopping condition. Okay. So if I will take an example of uh, making a factorial, uh, making a factorial logic by using recursion. If I will, so let's say I'm creating a function factorial. So basically, what is factorial? Suppose I am calculating factorial for 4. So it factorial is nothing but your factorial for 4 is nothing but your 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. That is your factorial, right? So this is how factorial works. This is how factorial is calculated. Let's say in factorial, I am giving a parameter n. Okay. So I'm saying, let's say first, if n is equal to 1, because factorial of 1 will be 1 always, right? So I'm saying return 1. If my factorial is 1, then return me 1 because factorial of 1 will be always 1. Okay. Now I am writing the logic for calculating factorial. Let's say I'm saying again return n, any number. N is my any number, and I'm calling my factorial function, and into n minus 1. Because how factorial is calculated? Suppose you are calculating factorial for 3. So factorial of 3 will be your 3 into 2 into 1, right? So that is why here I am giving n into 1. Okay. So here you can see I am returning n into factorial into n minus 1. So here you can see function is calling itself. Function is calling itself, right? So this is an example of recursion. Okay. So if I will print, let's say print, I'm calling my factorial function. And let's say I want to calculate the factorial for 10. Okay. Let's run this. So you can see you got the factorial for 10. Okay. So this is how recursion works. It basically function will call itself. It is calling itself here. Okay. So this is what recursion. Okay. So that is all about in this chapter of functions and recursion. Okay. So in the next chapter, we will discuss file as input and output. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's chapter is file input output in Python. So what is file input output? File input output means simple reading data from a file and writing data into a file. Okay. So output means input means reading data from a file and output means writing data into a file. Okay. So basically in Python variables store data temporarily. Okay. For example, if I'm creating a variable, suppose name, and I'm giving a data that is, let's say, Mohit. So here, Mohit is my data and name is variable, right? So basically, this variable will store data temporarily. Okay. So once the program will end, the value will disappear. Okay. But if we will save this data into a file, then it stays forever until we delete it, right? So that's why we need a file. And through Python, we do operations on our file. Okay. So why do we need files? So without files, every time we run the program, we need to enter data again. For example, this is my, let's say I will delete this and let's say this is my name variable and in this name variable, I'm taking data from the user by taking his input. So it is asking for enter name. Let's say I'm entering name as Rishi. Okay, Rishi. Okay, so it is containing this data temporarily. Okay, when we will end this program, it will basically it will when we will try to run the program again, we will need to enter that data again. Okay, it will not save the data. It is holding the data temporarily. Okay, so with files, we will enter the name, suppose. So it will be saved in the file. We will close the program and then we will open the file. Then data will still exist. Okay. So it will save the data permanently until we delete the data, right? So that's why we use files. Okay. So for real life examples are like student database, login system, bank records, attendance system, chat history, game progress, notes app. So this is are the real life examples. Why do we need a file? Okay, so there are some modes. First is your read mode. There are some file modes. First one is your read mode, used for reading. Okay, for example. For example, if I will create a new file, let's say I will create a new file of a text file, let's say student.txt. This is my text file. Okay. So let's say I'm giving some data here. Hello, let's say name. Okay. This is my data. I'm giving this. Okay. So I want to read this now. I want to read this now. This is my first mode, read mode. So I want to read this. Simply I will suppose I will create a variable, let's say file. Okay, this is my variable. You can take anything in for your variable. So I will write open. Okay, open, and I will give my file name, which the file name is student.txt. Student.txt. I have given the file name, and here you want to read, right? You want to read. Then just write R. Okay, R. Okay, and then just write file because your variable name is file. File dot. file, basically not file, I have to print because I'm reading here. So I will just write print. Now you want to read, like, right? So I will just write file dot read and parenthesis. Okay. And lastly, I will do file dot close. Okay. So let's see what it will print. Okay. Let's run this program. So it has printed hello name. If you will see your student.txt, so here my data is hello name. So this is how we read the data. Okay. So this is how we read the data. Okay. Now, next mode is your write mode. It basically understand the function of write mode first. It is used to basically write the data. Okay, so suppose I am giving a file name and that file doesn't exist, then by the write mode, Python will create the file. Okay, so if file already exists, like our student.txt, then if I will write the data into it, then old data will be deleted. For example, if I will show you, let's say again I'm taking variable name as file and I will write open and give the file name. Your file name is student.txt. Okay, currently I have hello name data in my student.txt, right? So now you want to write something in student.txt, right? So you need to give w, okay, w, not r. R for read, okay, r for read and w for write. Now now you will write file dot write. Now let's say you want to write Python, okay. Now I will write file dot close. Okay. Now if you will run this, okay. And now if you will check your student.txt, now hello name is gone, right? So that's what we studied here. It will delete the old data. It will delete the old data and will contain the only the new data. That is Python. Okay, we have written Python. So we can write multiple data here. Multiple, I can add multiple data. For example, control V, let's say control V, then control V. I will replace this by, let's say, Java, Java, let's say HTML, let's say C++. Okay. So if you will run this now, you can add multiple things. Okay. If you will run this and you will delete this and go into your student.txt. Okay. So it has added this, but suppose you want to write this into a new line, then you need to add here slash n. Okay, it will store the data into a new line. Okay, /n. Okay, last one you don't need to give because it will be already in the new line. So here I have run this, and now you can see Python, Java, HTML, C++. Okay, so this is my new data, but hello name is not there because it has deleted the old data. Okay, so this is how write mode works. Okay, it will delete the old data and it will store the new data which we have given. Okay, now next is your append mode. Okay, append mode. It is also used to add data, but it will not delete your old data. It will not delete your old data. Okay. So, for example, I have these things, this data in my student.txt. Now, if I will do I will take example of append. So I will take again file as my variable name. Let's say file open student dot txt, sorry, student dot txt and comma. Now you want to append, right? Now you don't want to write and read. Now you want to append. Then use a, simply a. Okay. And again you can write simply file dot write. Now you can write file dot write, and you want to add let's say C plus CSS. Okay. So I will give forward slash n, and I will add CSS. Okay. And I will give file dot close. Okay. If you will run this. Okay. Now if you will check your student.txt, now you can see CSS is added, but my old data is also here. It is not deleted because we have used append a not w. We have used a for appending. So my previous data is already there and it has added CSS, my new data also. So there was also one feature of write function. Let's say if I am taking again this, okay, and let's say I'm changing this. Let's say I'm giving this class.txt. So you can see here there is no class.txt here, right? But I am giving open class.txt. What write will do, it will, if class.txt is not here, then it will create that. Okay. For example, if I will write, suppose file.write, let's say Python. Okay. And file.close. Okay. Now if you will run this, so there is no class.txt here. I have not any file of class.txt. But here you can see it has created class.txt. That is also one function of write mode. Okay. So here you can see the data is also there, Python, because we have added it. Okay. Using write mode. Okay. So this is how write, read, and append modes works. Okay. Next is your exclusive mode. It basically we can use this to create a new file. If we are creating a file and that is already present, then it will give an error. Okay. For example, if I will show you, uh, let's say file is equal to open, open. Let's say I'm saying this time school.txt, school.txt, and I'm giving X. Okay. I'm giving X here. Okay. Now, if I will do file dot close, okay. If I will run this, so here you can see it has created a new file, school.txt. Okay. And this is how it works. Exclusive, exclusive mode. Okay. Creates a new file. And if files already exist, Python will give an error. For example, if I will show you. So now if I will comment this, now school.txt already exists, right? Here is school.txt. Now I will run this again. It will throw an error. Yeah, you can see. It gave me an error. Okay. File exists school.txt. Okay. So this is how exclusive mode works. Okay. So closing a file, always close files. Okay, whenever you are using write, read, exclusive, append, anything. Okay, always use file dot close, file dot close. Okay, that's how we are using file dot close. Always use file dot close. Because why we need to use file dot close? To saves changes. Okay, it saves changes, free memory, and avoids corruption. Okay, so next is your read line. Read line basically reads one line. Okay, one line. Okay, for example, in my student.txt there are multiple data here, but if I will use read line, it will read only one line. Okay, for example, I will take again my file variable, and I will open my student.txt, and let's say I want to read. Okay, I want to read, and I will print file dot read line. You want to read all the data, you can use read only. If you want to write only, if you want to read only one line, then you need to use file dot read line. Okay, file dot close. Okay, now here you can see it has only printed Python. Okay, so because the first data is our Python. For example, if I will print again this, okay, and now if I will run this again, now it will print my second data also, Python and Java. Okay, Python and Java, because Java is at my second number. Okay, so this is how read line works. It is used for reading line by line, and read by read you can write the whole data. And there is also one function, read lines. Okay, it will basically return you the list. It will return you the list of your data. Okay, for example, if I will write print file dot read lines, and I will give file dot close. Okay, so it will give a list of my data. Here you can see it has given me the list. Okay, so I will comment this. So this is how read line and read lines works. Now, next function is your renaming file. Okay, renaming file. For this, you will need a library, OS, operating system. Okay, so OS is inbuilt library, so you don't need to uh, install it. Okay, and just I will write os dot rename which file you want to rename, student.txt. Okay, just write student.txt, and let's say you want to give this file name as uh, let's say students.txt, students.txt. Here I have a student, let's say not student, suppose stu.txt. Okay, you want to rename this. Okay, so simply run this. So yeah, you can see it became stu.txt from student.txt. Okay, you can see data is there, but from student.txt it became stu.txt because we have renamed the file. Okay, so this is how you can rename the file. Okay, next is our how we can delete the file. Okay, simply again we will use os dot. This time I will use remove which file you want to remove. I want to remove, let's say school.txt. School.txt. Okay, if I will run this, yeah. There is no school.txt here. It has deleted it. Okay, so this is how some function works, and this is how we can use different modes. Okay, different modes of files. Okay, so that is all about in this chapter. So in the next chapter, we will discuss object-oriented programming. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's topic is object-oriented programming. So what is object-oriented programming? So object-oriented programming is a programming approach in which we organize data and functions together inside a class. From this class, we create objects that represent real-world entities. So instead of writing separate variables and functions, OP groups related data and methods together, making the code more organized, reusable, and easier to maintain. Okay, let's understand this using a real-life example. So imagine a student. So every student will have name, age, roll number. Okay. So every student can study, attend class, give exam. Okay. So here you have a property of a student name, age, roll number. A student. Okay. So here all students share the same structure but have different values. Okay, every student can study, attend class, give exam. Okay, so all the students share the same structure but have different values like name, age, roll number, right? All these things will have different values. Okay, like name and roll number. Okay, so here the student is the class. A student means property. We are creating a student. A student is the class, and each individual student is an object of the student class. For example, these are the properties of a student. Okay, name, age, roll number. He or she can study, attend class, give exam. So it is a property of a student. So here a student is your class. Okay, and and you will have multiple students. Okay, multiple students, these are properties of students. So student became a class, and now every individual student, like for example Rohan is a student, Rahul is a student, Rishi is a student. So these are basically objects. Okay, these are objects. Student is your class and every individual student is your object. Okay, so let's understand this. Let's say I'm creating a class. Okay, class student. Okay, okay, class student. We have created a class student. Okay, and we will create a function. Let's say study. Okay, and I will give a parameter. Okay, self parameter. I will explain this self parameter. Don't worry about this. Okay, and I will say print print is student 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 is studying. Student is studying. Okay, now 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 let's make objects. Student, let's say I have student one. Okay, student one, and then I will create an object. Okay, I have created an object here, and student one variable will store the first object. Okay, student, I have binded this with my class. Okay, let's say I have another student 2. Again I will bind this. Okay, student with a student. Okay, so basically, and now what I will do, I will bind my both students with my function here. Function study. What my function is containing? It is containing a print student is studying. Okay, so I will simply bind this with my function. Okay, similarly with my student 2. Now if you will run this, so here you can see for student one, student is study. For student two also, student is study. So this is what a concept of oops. This is just an example. Okay, we have created a class student and we have two objects, student one and student two. Okay, and we have used my class for both class and functions for my both students. Okay, so this is an example I have shown. Okay, now let's go deeper on this. Okay. Next is your class. Class. A class is a blueprint or template used to create objects. Okay. Just now we have seen that. We created a class and then we created objects. Okay. It defines what data or attributes and functions an object will have. For example, if I will uncomment this. Okay. Uncomment this. What we studied? A class is a blueprint or template used to create objects, and it defines what data or attributes and functions, methods, and object will have. Okay, so we have decided student 1 and student 2 will have a function study. Okay, study, and we are containing this under a class. Okay, so this is what a class is. Okay, we can simply define a class like this class car. Okay, anything class car. Let's say use pass statement. So this is how we can you can create a class. Okay, now next is your object. So an object is an instance of a class. It is created using a class and contains its own data. Okay, own data. For example, let's say again I'm taking car in my class. Let's say I've made a class of car. I will use pass statement. Okay. Now let's say I'm creating an object. Let's say I'm creating another object. Okay. And I'm calling my class. Okay. If you will print your car one. Okay. This is how you can call your object card. Okay. So okay. I have created and I have created two objects here. Okay. So this is how we can create an object. Okay. Now next is your class attribute. A class attribute belongs to the class itself. It is shared by all objects of that class. For example, if I will show you practically, for example, if I will create a class student, and let's say I will create a class attribute. Let's say I will create a class attribute school is equal to ABC, ABC school. Okay, this is my class attribute. Okay, class attribute. This is my class attribute. And I will create two objects. Student1 is equal to student. I have created an object. And similarly, student2 is equal to student. Okay. Now, if you will print your object with your school, let's say student1 dot school, student1 dot school, and similarly I will print student2 dot school. Okay, student2 dot school. Okay, so what is happening here? Python will first check. Okay, here Python will first check student1 has its own variable named school. So the answer will be no, because student one have not its own variable named school, but then Python will check the class. Okay, check the class. Yeah, here you can see student one has the class student. Okay, student. Then it will go for school. And if I will run this ABC school, both student one dot school and student two dot school is my ABC school, which I have created here, my class attribute. So this is how this is how it is shared by all objects of that class. This is how it is getting shared. It is this class attribute is getting shared by my both students. Okay, so this is what all about a class attribute. Okay, so our next topic is self parameter. Basically, self refers to the current object. It is used to access the object's attributes and methods inside the class. Okay. Python automatically passes the current objects to self. Okay. For example, if I will explain you with the help of code, let's say create a class student. Okay. And let's say I'm creating a function. So and I am giving self parameter. Okay, self parameter, and to this function. So this parameter I have given to my function. Basically, this self parameter will refer to the object that is calling this method that object. And if I will create an object, let's say student one is equal to student. I will give my class, and let's say I'm suppose doing here something like print hello world. Okay, hello world. Okay, now I have created an object also. Okay, I have created an object, and suppose I am giving student dot show. Okay, so because we have given self parameter here, self parameter, so it will refer to the object that is calling this method. Which object is calling this method? This object. So internally, I'm not giving here anything in the parenthesis, but because of self parameter, it will contain student here. Okay, it will contain student here. I'm not passing it, but it will contain student here because of self parameter. Okay, it will refer to the object that is calling this method, and this object is calling this method, this show method. Okay, so that is how self parameter works. Okay, so our next topic is static method. A static method does not use the object's data or the class data. Okay, it is created using the static method decorator. Okay, so how it can be created? Let's say I'm creating a class calculator. Okay, calculator. Okay, and I will use static method, and I will, let's say, define a function add add a and b, a comma b, and I will return a plus a plus b. Okay. Now, if you will print, if you will print here calculator, you have to call your class calculator dot add add. Let's say I want to add 10 and 20. Okay. Let's see what it will print. So it has printed 30. Okay, 10 plus 20. So here it is created using the static method. It is not using the objects or class data. Okay. It is not using the objects or class data. Okay. It is it is created using a static method. Okay. So this is how a static method works. So next is your init constructor. Okay. So the basically understand what is a constructor. The constructor is a special method that runs automatically whenever an object is created. Okay, so it is mainly used to initialize object data. So okay, let's see how we can use init constructor. Okay, let's say again I'm creating a class student. Okay, and I'm defining init. Okay, here I will show you. Let's say I will delete this. I will use simply here I will use tab. It has given me this. Okay. So I will replace this statement by giving self dot suppose name. Okay. Self dot name. Here it is using self parameter. Okay. Name. And here let's say we will use self comma name. We will use two parameters, self and name. Okay. Now, so here, self comma name, basically, this is the constructor of the class student. Okay, so that runs automatically whenever we will create an object. Now I am going to create an object, so it will run automatically whenever we will create an object. Okay, so here self dot name is equal to name is basically we have created an object inside the current object. Okay, for example, if I will now suppose create an object student in the student variable, let's say student, because my class name is student, and I will, let's say, give a data Rohan, and uh, suppose I will print student dot name. Okay, so if I will run this, so here you can see it has printed Rohan. Okay, so basically self.name will basically it will automatically run whenever we will create an object. We have created an object here, it will run automatically. Okay, this constructor. Okay, let's comment this. Now, next is our instant attributes. An instant attribute belongs to an individual object. Individual object. Okay. Each object can have different values. Okay. For example, if I will show you, if I will take this, uh, if I will take this example again, I will again comment this and I will copy this. For example, we have created here a class student. Okay. So here I am using a constructor. Okay, so this constructor of class will run automatically this whenever we will create an object. We have created an object here. Okay, and here self dot name is equal to name will means we have created an object inside the current object. Okay, so now let's let's create two students here. Two students because it can contain different data. So let's say this time I am giving a different data. Let's say Rahul. Okay, Rahul. So here let's say I'm printing student one dot name and I will print student two dot name also. Student two, our second student, Rahul. Okay. So what we are doing here? We have created an object. So Python will create an empty object first. Okay, empty object here first. Then Python will call this function, this constructor. Okay, this constructor. Okay. Then inside this constructor, self dot name is equal to name will become student one dot name is equal to Rohan, and then student one dot name is equal to Rahul. Okay, this is how it will work. Okay, this is how instance attribute works. For example, if I print this, yeah, yeah, it has printed Rohan and Rahul both. Okay, so here we have created an object. So Python will create an empty object first. Okay, then it will call this init constructor. Okay, then inside the constructor, I have self dot name is equal to name. Then this self dot name is equal to name will become student one dot name is equal to Rohan and student two dot name is equal to Rahul. This is how it will work. Okay. So this is all about instance attributes. Okay. So let's see what is our next topic. Inheritance. So now we are going to start our pillars of object-oriented program. This is the first pillar of my object-oriented program. Okay, first is the inheritance. So inheritance allows one class to use the properties and methods of another class. So the existing class is called the parent class, and the new class is called the child class. Okay, we will use multiple classes. Okay, as parent class and child class. So let's understand. It has four types. First one is your single inheritance. One child class inherits from one parent class. For example, if I will show you by an example, let's say I have a class animal. Okay. Now I'm giving I'm defining a function. Let's say sound. Okay. I have animal. I have created a class animal, and I have a function sound, and I am giving self parameter here. I have already explained self parameter, and I am something like print. I am printing something like animal makes sound. Okay, animal makes sound. Okay, animal makes sound. Okay, so so I'm covering first one, first inheritance, which is your single inheritance. In this inheritance, one child class inherits from one parent class. So I have taken animal as parent class. Okay, I have taken animal as a parent class. Now I am creating a child class. Let's say dog. Okay, and because it is dog, and because this is a child class, we have to call my parent class animal, which is my parent class. Now I will suppose give a statement pass. Now I will create an object. Let's say dog is equal to what is my function name? Dog. Okay. Let's say I'm giving capital D as my variable. Okay. Now, now let's say dog. I'm I'm binding with my function sound. This is my function sound. I'm using sound. Now let's run this. I have given here small d. I have to give capital D because my variable name is dog with capital D. Okay. So dog dot sound. Okay. So here you can see animal makes sound. So we have created a child class, and I have used a parent class, and then we have created an object and used this function. So this is how inheritance or single inheritance works. Okay, single and inheritance work. It will have one parent child and one parent and one child. Okay, now multiple inheritance. So one child class inherits from multiple parent classes. So here in multiple inheritance, we will have multiple parent classes and one child class. Okay, one child class. For example, if I will show you, let's say I'm creating a uh, class father. Okay, and I'm defining a function. Let's say money. Okay, and I am giving self parameter, and I'm printing something like suppose father's money. Okay, now let's make another parent class. Let's say mother. This is my another parent class. Okay, now I'm creating a new function. Let's say love. Define love, and I will give again self parameter. Now now I will print something like mother's love. Okay, mother's love. Okay, now I will make a child class. Let's say I'm giving child class as name child. You can give anything. You can give kid also. Okay, anything you can give. So because this is a child class, and I have to use this function and class. I have to call here my parent function, that is my father, sorry, that is my father and my mother. Okay, mother. And let's say I will use path statement, and now I am creating an object. Let's say I am giving kid. Kid is equal to child. I am creating a variable, and I am storing this object into my kid variable. Okay. Now, if we will print dot money, kid dot money, and kid dot love. Okay, kid dot love. Now, because money, this is my father's class function, and love is my mother's class function. Both are my parent class, and this child class is my child class. Okay, and we have created an object and storing this into my a variable kid. Okay, now let's run this. Now here you can see father's money and mother's love. It has printed. It has given. Okay. So this is how multiple inheritance works, in which we will have multiple parent class. We have two parent class here. We can have three, four, five. Okay, and we have to uh, call our parent class into my child class. Okay, parent class into my child class, and then create an object and then call like this using function money and love, or whatever uh, function you have. Okay, now let's take another multi-level inheritance. So a child inherits from another child class. Okay, multi-level inheritance. This is the third type of inheritance. Okay, multi-level inheritance. For example, if I will show you. Let's say I have class grandfather. Let's say grandfather. I have this. Let's take this as a parent class. Okay, define. Let's say I'm creating a house function. I'm giving self parameter here, and I will print something like house. Okay. So I have created an created a class grandfather. We will use this class as a parent child. And now let's create a new class that will be my child class. Let's say father. Father. Father is my child class of grandfather. Grandfather is my parent class. Okay. Grandfather. Okay. Now let's pass. I use pass statement. And now again I'm calling my sorry, not calling. I'm creating a new class. Son. Class son. And now I will call my father class. Okay. So multi-level inheritance means a child inherits from another child class. Look at here. Father is my already child class because we are calling here grandfather my parent class here. So this is the father is also a child class, and I am creating a new child class that is son, which is a new child class, and we are calling father our first child class. Okay. Now let's use pass statement, and now let's say son. I will create an object and store in a variable. Let's use capital S. Son is equal to son. Okay. I have created an object and stored in my son variable. Now if you will use son dot, what is your function name? House. So you will use house, son dot house. If you will run this now, okay, okay. Now if you will run this, now you can see it has printed house. Okay. So this is how multi-level inheritance works, uh, in which I will what I will do. A child inherits from another child class like this. We have inherited son from father. Father is also a child class. We have inherited son from the father child class. Okay. So this is how multi-level inheritance works. Okay. Now, next, last inheritance is your multiple child classes hierarchical inheritance in which multiple child classes inherit from the same parent class. Means I will have one parent class here and multiple child classes here. Okay. For example, if I will show you, let's say I will create an object, sorry, a class animal. Okay. Animal is my class, and let's say I am creating a function define eat. For eat is my function. Okay. And I have self. I've used self parameter here. And let's say I will print eating. Eating. I will something printing here. That is eating. Okay. Now let's create multiple child class now. First child class is my dog. First child class is dog. So I will have to call my parent class animal. Animal is the only parent class I have. Now let's use pass statement. And now let's create another child class that is my cat. Cat, I will again call my animal parent class here. And then I will again use pass. Okay. Now, now if I will create two objects here. First one is let's say dog. Let's say dog is equal to dog, dog. Okay. We are storing our first object into a dog starting with capital D. Similarly, starting with capital C, cat is equal to cat. Okay, I have created two objects here, dog and cat, sorry. And now, if you will run this, if you will call your function dog dot, what is your function name? Eat. eat is my function name, right? So if we will use dog.eat and cat.eat. Okay. Now what it will print? Eating for both dog and cat. Okay, for both dog and cat. And so here you can see, here I have only one parent class and multiple child classes, two child classes. You can create three, four, five, whatever you want. Okay, so this is how hierarchical inheritance works. Okay, in which we will have one parent class and multiple child classes. Okay, now next is your encapsulation. Okay, encapsulation means wrapping data and methods together inside a class. Okay, together inside a single class. It helps organize code and protects data from direct access. Okay, for example, if I will show you, let's say I have created an I have created a class student. I will use init instructor init instructor. Okay, I will not use pass statement. Let's say again I am taking self dot name is equal to name. Okay, let's say uh, this time I'm giving some value. Let's say Rohan. Okay, so we have created an instance attribute by name. Okay, created an instance attribute by name. Okay, now again let's say I'm creating a new function here. So, so let's say I am creating a show function. Again, I am giving self parameter here, and this time I am something printing like dot self dot name. Okay, self dot name, and then I am creating an object. Let's say capital S student is equal to student. I will create, and let's say I will giving student dot show. Okay, sorry, student dot show. Okay, so what we are doing here, we have created a class and then created an is we have used init constructor and then created an instance attribute by name. Okay, name. Now here if so, okay, here we have created a method. Okay, name show. Okay, so its purpose to show the student's name. Its purpose is to show the student's name. So what it will do like self dot name print self dot name will uh, basically access the objects data. It will access the objects data. Okay, so our both data and methods, our data and method are in the same class student. Okay, are my methods and my data and methods are in the same class. That is why it is an example of encapsulation. Okay, so I will run this. So yeah, it has printed Rohan. Okay, so my data and my method, both are in my single class. Okay, that is why it is an example of encapsulation. Okay, now next is our polymorphism. Okay, basically, polymorphism means one method can have different behavior depending on the object that calls it. Okay. For example, if I will explain you using a code, let's say I'm creating a class dog. Okay, I have created a class dog, and now I have given a function sound, and I'm using self here, self parameter. Okay, self parameter here. Now I will print, let's say bark. Okay, dog will bark. Okay, so here we have created a class dog, and we have defined a function sound, and in the function I have printed something bark because we have created a class of dog. And let's say I'm creating another class cat. Okay, we have created another class cat, and then again I am giving the same function name sound. Again, same function name sound. Okay, same function name sound. Now this time I will print meow. Okay, so now you have to create two objects here. Let's say I am creating two objects. Dog is equal to dog. It will take dog class, and cat will take cat class. Okay, cat class. Okay. Now, if you will wrap this by sound function, let's say dog dot sound. Similarly, cat dot sound. Okay. Now you can see here we have the same function in both class, right? In the dog also we have the same function sound, and in the cat function also we have the sound function. Sorry, in the cat class and in the dog class, both in both of this class we have same function sound. Okay. Now if you and we have created two different objects, dog and cat. Now we have wrapped this by using my function's name. Okay. Now if you will run this, for dog, it has printed bark, but for cat, it has printed meow. But if you will see, we are using the same function name. We are using the same function name, dog.sound, cat.sound. So this is the beauty of polymorphism. Okay, this is the beauty of polymorphism. Means one method can have different behaviors depending on the object that calls it. Okay, that depending on the object that is calling it. Okay, it can have this function can have different behavior. Okay, it can have the same name, but it can have the different behaviors also. It will depend on the object name which is calling it. Okay, so this is the beauty of polymorphism. So that is all about in this video. Okay, so thank you. Hello guys, welcome to the channel. So our today's chapter is exception handling. Okay, so what is an exception? So an exception is an error that occurs while the program is running. For example, if I will print suppose 10 upon 0. So we can divide a number by 0, right? So if it will give me an error. Okay, yeah, 0 division error it has given. Okay, so to handle this error, I don't want to show the error. Okay, so without exception handling, if program crashes, program will end and will never be executed. Okay, when we will not use exception handling. Okay, so for example, let's suppose this time I'm taking any number from user. I'm not taking number by my own. Let's say int, I will say in input because we are taking input in integer from the user. Let's say I'm giving enter number. Okay, so I have to print suppose 100 divided by the number which will be given by the user. Okay, I want to divide the number whatever number user will give, I want to divide that number by by 100. Okay. So, and then I want to write something like program ends. Okay. So if you will run this program, so it is asking me to enter a number. Okay. So it will divide whatever number I will give, it will divide by 100. It will divide 100. Okay. So let's say I'm giving 0 here. I'm giving 0 here. So here you can see it has given me 0 division error, and this is not also executing program ends. Okay, because here I'm getting error. So that's why this print is also not calling. Okay. So that is what happens when we don't use exceptional handling. Okay, and we know any error may came in our program. Okay, so with exception handling, so program continues normally even on giving errors. There are two types of try block. There are two things: try block, in which the code that might cause an error goes inside try. Okay, we will give the code which can give errors. Okay, and then there is also one block, except block. It will handle your error. For example, if I will, so let's understand this by practically. Okay, so let's say I will uncomment this code. Okay, I will uncomment this code. Okay, and suppose I'm running this, and suppose I'm giving 0. So yeah, it is giving me 0 division error. Okay, if a user will give 0. Okay, so I will simply copy this. Now what I will do, I will use try and except block. Okay, so in try, I will give the code in which error may came. Okay, in this code, I'm getting error. Okay, so I will give this into my try. Let's say num. Again, I'm taking a variable num to take input from the user into integer. Okay, let's say enter your number. Okay, I'm taking input from the user, and I'm saying print whatever number given by the user, divide that number from 100. Okay, and in the except, what I will do, except, so I was getting 0 division error. Okay, when user was giving 0, so I will simply use this 0 division error, means if 0 division error came, then print, let's say you cannot divide by by 0 by 0. Okay, by 0. Now let's run this. Now suppose I am giving 0 here. Now let's see what it will do. Yeah, it is not giving me error right now. It is what it is saying, you cannot divide by 0, because we have used except block. In the try block, we have given the code. I know this code can give me error. So I have given this into my try block, and in the except block, what I'm handling, I'm handling the error. Okay. It was saying 0 division error. Okay. So let's comment this. So this is how we can use try and except block for error handling, or you can say exception handling. Okay. Now let's say you have multiple exceptions. You can multiple multiple error can occur. So how you gonna handle this? So let's run this again, and this time let's say I'm not giving any number here. Suppose I am giving W here. Let's say. This is what it is saying, value error. Okay, value error. So now there are two types of errors I have. One is zero division error, and second one is value error. If a user will not give any number, then it is giving value error. So now I have two kinds of errors. Okay, now let's see how we can handle multiple errors, multiple exceptions. Okay, so again in the try block, I will take this. Okay, now this is my code which can give me errors. Now what I will do, except first one, I will give, let's say, zero division error. Okay, this is the error which can which way we can get. Okay, so zero division error, I am printing the same. You cannot divide by zero. This is my first kind of error. Okay, I am handling this by printing you cannot divide by zero. But suppose anyone is not giving zero, he is giving a letter, he is giving a word. You cannot divide a word from you cannot divide 100 from a word or a letter. Okay, so again I will use except. So what kind of error we are getting? Value error. Okay, I will simply click tab. Value error. For error, simply I will write, suppose, print. Please, please enter only numbers. Only numbers. Okay. Don't enter words or letters. Okay. Now, if you will run this, now I have multiple exception. Okay. Two kind of exception. Okay. Not only one. Now, let's say I am giving 10 here. Okay. So it has given me 10. 100 upon 10 is equal to 10. Let's run this again. Now, this time I will give, let's say, 0. Then it has printed. It is not giving me error. See here. You cannot divide a number from 0. It is not giving me error. It is just saying you cannot divide by 0 because we have used except 0 division error, and we have printed you cannot divide by 0. So that's why it is giving me you cannot divide by 0 instead of throwing an error. Now let's again run this. Now let's say I'm saying in num the value is getting stored and it is dividing 100. So let's say I am not giving this time any number. I am giving a. Divide 100 by a. Okay. So yeah, you can see it cannot divide 100 by a. So it has given please enter only numbers because we have handled this error by using value error exception. Okay. So it is saying please enter only numbers. Okay. So this is how multiple exceptions works. Okay. This is how multiple exceptions works. Okay. We can use one except for multiple errors. Okay, one except for multiple errors. How we can do that? Simple. In the try, again I am taking the uh, same code. Okay, user will give me a number. User will give me a number. Okay, and now we are having two kinds of errors, right? So I will simply write except what are the two types of errors I am having? Zero division error I am having. I'm getting I'm getting zero division error, and I'm getting value error also. I'm getting value error also. So I am providing this also. Now Suppose I want to enter only, print only invalid input. Okay, invalid input. So it is asking me the for the number. Let's say I am giving 0. It is what it is saying, invalid input. It's the spelling mistake, invalid input. Okay. Now again, let's run this. Now this time, instead of giving number, I am giving x. Again, it is saying invalid input because we have handled both kind of errors into a single except. So this is how try and except block works. Okay, this is how try and except work. Uh, try and except block works. Okay, you can use generic exception also. Let's say you can give try. I'm giving the code. Okay, now using except. Now I will use exception tab. Okay, it will handle all kind of exception here. Okay, just print. Let's say something went wrong. Something went wrong. Okay, something went wrong. Okay, this exception will handle all kind of errors. Okay, let's say I'm giving again 0. Yeah, here you can see something went wrong. I'm not giving any zero division error or value error. Okay, and let's say again run this. Now this time I am giving W. Now let's run this. Yeah, here you can see something went wrong. So it is handling all kind of errors. Okay, exception is handling all kind of errors now. So this is how we can use try and except block for exception handling. Okay, now one more topic I want to cover, that is virtual environment. So what is a virtual environment? A virtual environment is an isolated Python environment. It keeps the packages of one project separate from another. So why do we use virtual environment? So without virtual environment, installing a package affects all Python projects. Okay, so version can conflict occur, and when we will use virtual environment, each project has its own packages. Okay, easy to share and reproduce projects keep your system Python clean. For example, let's say I'm creating a project here. Okay, so for creating a project, I want to I want to install some libraries. Okay, some libraries I want to install for my project. So you don't need to install all the libraries into your whole system. You don't need to download the libraries into your whole system. What you need to do, whatever project you are making, so let's say this is not exception handling, this is a project. Okay, so you just need to make a virtual environment. How you can virtual environment? I have i have opened the terminal. Okay, I have opened the terminal. I will simply write python dash m. Simply I will write vnb. Okay, now here you can see vnb folder is created. Okay, now you have to activate your virtual environment. Okay, so simply write vnb backward slash scripts activate. Okay, now here you can see it is showing. So it is activated now. Now we have created virtual environment and we have activated my virtual environment. Suppose I am creating this project and I have created a virtual environment for my project and I have activated virtual environment. Now, let's say I want to install a library, let's say NumPy for my project. So you don't need to install your library in your whole system. You just need to download the NumPy for only this project into this virtual environment. Okay. Simply I will suppose write pip install NumPy. I'm installing this NumPy library for my project because I need this library. Okay. So I'm just downloading for this project only, not for my whole system. Okay. Simply enter. Okay. It's pip install NumPy. Okay. So it is downloading NumPy for my this virtual environment. It will not be installed into my whole system. It will just be installed in my this virtual environment for this project only. Okay. There is one more thing. Suppose there are many libraries you want to install for this project. Okay. So simply what you can do, you can simply create a file here, requirements requirement.txt. Okay, txt. Okay, so I have created a file requirement.txt. Now I want to install some libraries for my project, and I want to install these libraries only for only my this project for this virtual environment. Let's say I want to install NumPy, I want to install Pandas, I want to install Matplotlib. Okay, I want to install PYSTTX3. Okay, there's a library I think from this name. Okay, so what you can do simply. Now I have all the things, all the libraries into my requirements.txt. Now I just want to install all these libraries. Okay, so what you can write, you can simply give a command here, pip install, pip install dash r requirement, your file name requirement.txt, right? So you just need to be requirement.txt, and now when you will click enter, it will install all of the libraries you need into your into your virtual environment for this project only. Okay, so this is how you can use requirement.txt file to install multiple libraries, okay, from a single command. Okay, so that is all about in this video. Thank you.